esteemed guests, dignitaries, industry experts, and participants to the national level intellectual property Yatra organized by MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Hyderabad, under the aegis of Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished gathering of innovators, entrepreneurs and experts under one roof to discuss the critical role of intellectual property in fostering innovation, safeguarding business interests and driving economic growth. Today's event marks a significant step towards empowering MSMEs to leverage the power of intellectual property for building a competitive edge in the global market. The Ministry of MSME has been at the forefront of empowering micro, small and medium enterprises, recognizing them as the backbone of India's economy, with over 6.3 crore MSMEs contributing nearly 30% to national GDP, 45% to manufacturing output and 40% to exports. The sector plays a vital role in driving industrial growth, employment opportunities and innovation in the country. The ministry recognizes that innovation is key to positioning India's MSMEs as global leaders. Protecting IP encourages R&D, enhances brand value and attracts a greater investment opportunities. Through robust IP protection mechanism and financial incentives, the ministry is creating a supportive ecosystem where MSMEs can thrive and compete effectively in domestic and international markets. With this introduction, we start the formal proceedings for today's program. I now invite the head of our institute, Joint Director, Shri S. Vijaykumar sir, to please occupy the dais. I invite the chief guest for the day, Shri Jayesh Ranjan sir, Special Chief Secretary and Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Telangana, to please occupy the dais. I request Vijay Kumar sir to please welcome sir with a bouquet. Yeah, yes sir, sorry. I invite Mr. Ramesh Babu Vishwanathula, Senior IP Attorney and Arbitrator at WIPO, to please occupy the dais. I invite Brigadier P. Ganesham, First Patent of Indian Army and President Pallesh Vijana Organization, to please occupy the dais. I invite Srimati Rashmi, CEO, Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, Government of Telangana, to please occupy the dais. I request Shri Rajkumar Odkar, Additional Director, Directorate of Industries, to please occupy the dais. To begin this auspicious event, I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage for the traditional lighting of the lamps, symbolizing the spread of knowledge and wisdom. Please. Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dana sampadah, shatru buddhi vinashaya, deepa jyotirnam. Bow to the light of lamp, which brings auspiciousness, prosperity, good health, abundance of wealth, and the destruction of negative intellect. Light represents the path from darkness to enlightenment, and today's seminar aims to illuminate the path for MSMEs by empowering them with the knowledge and tools to harness and leverage the power of intellectual property for building a competitive edge in global market. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion with this meaningful ceremony. I now request our head of our institute, Shri S. Vijaykumar sir, to please give the host address.
Good morning, everyone. It is my immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to today's chief guest, respected Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS, Special Chief Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, and all dignitaries of Dayas, esteemed guests, experts in the field of intellectual property, entrepreneurs, innovators, and participants. You gathered here today IP Yatra, groundbreaking initiative, Ministry of MSME. This event is a significant milestone in empowering our MSME sector to embrace intellectual property as a driver of innovation, growth, and global competitiveness. The objective of this IP Yatra, enhancing the IP culture in India for MSMEs. The initiative aims to educate and empower MSMEs on significance of intellectual property rights in today's competitiveness, business, and landscape. Hyderabad is the hub of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological advancement, serves as the perfect venue for this transformation program. This city stands a testament to how innovation, when nurtured, can drive economical and social progress. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Minister of MSME for their visionary leadership and commitment fostering a culture of IP awareness among the entrepreneurs. Their relentless of efforts have made this initiative a reality. Financial assistance to the MSME under IPS scheme. Grant of 1 crore for setting up IPFC. In Telangana, 6 IPFC established and 75 lakhs already reimbursed done in so far. And for 1 lakh domestic patent and 5 lakh for international paper. In Telangana, 37 patents are filed and reimbursed. And the trademarks also for 10,000 trademarks and 434 trademarks in Telangana. For 2 lakh GI registration, 15,000 for design registration, and 1 technology transfer established at IIT Hyderabad at a grant of 1 crore under SCIP program under Ministry of MSME. I also take this opportunity to warm welcome our distinguished speakers and subject matter experts who will share knowledge, experience, and practical strategies over the next 2 days. To our participants, this is our chance to delve deep into the world of intellectual property, be it the trademarks, patents, copyrights, and industrial designs. The tools inside you again here will not be protect your ideas, but also help scale of business and compete globally. I encourage each one of you actively participate and make the most of this opportunity. Together, let us strengthen our understanding the intellectual property and build thriving of MSME ecosystem driven by innovative and growth. Once again, I warm welcome to the all IP Yatra. Look forward to the 2 days engagement, discussion, learning, and inspiration. Thank you, and I wish you all fruitful and successful program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request our chief guest, Jayesh Ranjan sir, to please address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, all the participants. I would first of all like to congratulate the Ministry of MSME and the Hyderabad DFO, MSME DFO for organizing this IP Yatra. As was mentioned in the introductory remarks itself, if MSMEs have patents, trademarks, copyrights under their name, it improves their market share, it helps them get new investments, new businesses. But we also need to look at the reality. Some of you may be aware that there is a company called Qualcomm, which has a big office. If you have ever gone to this Hyderabad area, you might have seen there is a huge building. The entire building is Qualcomm office. I have gone there 2-3 times. When you enter their office, near the reception area itself, there is a wall on which they display all the patents. Once they get a patent, they frame it and show it there. I remember when I had first gone there, maybe 7-8 years ago, there were, I don't remember exactly, but maybe there were some 30-40 such frames on the wall. Then I went 2 years ago, I found that that whole wall was covered, and on the next wall also there were some 20 odd frames which were hanging. And then I went again 6 months ago, I found that they have completely run out of space. There are no walls left where they can put patent certificates. Same is true of a company called Micron. That is also a semiconductor company. They also display their patents. I mean, of course, Qualcomm has now hundreds of them. Micron may be having 20, 30 of them. Many pharma companies in our city have the same distinction. There is not enough space in their offices to display this IP certificates. Before I was coming for this conference, so in our MSME policy and also in our T idea, some of you may be aware that the state government gives reimbursement for the cost of patent which is filed. 50% amount is reimbursed. Then I asked my staff in the last 10 years how many MSMEs availed this benefit. And you will not even be able to guess how many MSMEs filed for this particular benefit and took this monetary support which is available from the government. The answer is zero. In the last 10 years, not even one MSME filed for taking this. But as Vijay Kumar Garu mentioned, some of them have taken benefit from the government of India scheme. So anyway, they can take advantage from either of the schemes. If they are not doing it from the state government, but doing it from government of India also, that is fine. But the numbers are very minuscule. I mean, one large company itself will have 10 times more patents than all the MSMEs put together in the last 10 years have filed in Hyderabad. So it's a very strange situation. Why is it happening that large companies are filing patents left, right and center? There is no space left in their office to display patent certificates. And all the thousands of MSMEs put together also don't have even 1/10 the number of patents which one single large company has filed. If you add all the large companies, the numbers may be 100th or 1/200th also. So my sincere suggestion is that let us convert this more into a workshop kind of a mode. I mean, lectures and all will not help. I can give you 100 hours of lecture, but that is not going to change anything. So please think practically that why is it that a company like Qualcomm, let us say, have 500 patents and all MSMEs put together in Hyderabad don't even have 50 patents. What is the reason? Is their brain not working towards innovation? Is there some inhibition? Are they not aware that even a small process change is also a item which can be applied for, which can be filed for? What is the bottleneck? Is it awareness? Is there a belief that even if I have done something innovative, getting a patent, etc., is a waste of time, it is a waste of effort, is the process very difficult? Let us identify the problems and give solutions. So at the end of this program, if you can give me 10 solutions, that these are 10 reasons because of which one company files 500 and everyone, thousands of MSMEs put together also don't have 50. These are the main reasons and this is the solution. That will be more helpful to us. Instead of just listening to vague kind of lectures which we have been listening to for the last 10 years. So this is my sincere suggestion. I don't know how the program has been designed, but I would request everyone, see so many people are there, even if you don't have any direct involvement in patent business, through common sense also you can give some suggestions. Knowing what others are doing, what MSMEs are doing, even if you have not done anything which is very innovative, which deserves a patent, knowing about the overall experience, you can give suggestions. So that is what I would advise. Distribute the participants into smaller groups. Let each of the dignitaries take responsibility of one group, brainstorm, answer these 3-4 simple questions. Whatever has happened, why has it happened, and what needs to change, and if something needs to change, who has to take the responsibility? And please pinpoint the responsibility, that the DFO should take this responsibility, the GM DICs of the industries department should take this responsibility, MSME industry associations should take that responsibility, some of the experts who are here should take this responsibility. So suppose you give 10 solutions, please also pinpoint who has to take responsibility for implementing those 10 solutions. And if something is needed to implement those solutions, suppose some budget is required, one very intuitive answer will be that awareness is not there. Let us create awareness. Let us design some small handbook. Let us print 50,000 copies. Let us distribute these copies to everyone. Obviously, it will require some cost. So you can tell that this is a good solution. If 50,000 copies are printed and distributed in simple Telugu, step-by-step process, tell how easy it is to file for a patent. It is not a Herculean task. It will not take away too much of your resource and energy. Reimbursement schemes are there, and supply to each and every MSME. It will cost maybe 50 lakhs or 1 crore to do it. I'll be happy to sanction that budget. So come up with solutions. Who will do it? What resources are required? By when can we do it? If we convert this into a Yatra, into a workshop kind of a mode, that will be really helpful to all of us. So that is all I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have given food for our thoughts, and definitely we'll try to inculcate or incorporate all these things in this workshop, IP Yatra workshop. Thank you. I now request Shri Ramesh Babu Vishwanathula, Senior IP Attorney and Arbitrator of IPO, to please address the gathering.
Shri Jayesh Ranjanji, Special Chief Secretary to Department of Industries, other dignitaries on the stage, and all the delegates and participants here, very good morning to you. Basically, when we speak about the patents is an intellectual property. I would like to tell you, so being the MSME, you will be buying the properties like machinery, plot, all equipment required for manufacturing sectors and all. But three differences you have to see. One is the intellectual property is not the mobile or immobile property. Mobile and immobile property, you may acquire it, but intellectual property can only be created. So this creation is in your own hand. So you need to develop an R&D sector, or you need to come up with certain ideas, bringing into your industries, then create the intellectual property. For the Indian Constitution also speaks, it is every duty of the citizen under Article 51AH to have the scientific temper, develop the scientific temper. Basically, every Indian will be having the scientific temper knowledge to identify certain innovativeness in everything what we do. So this has been brought in as an amendment in 1976 by the Indian Parliament into the Constitution of India. When I say this, it is the inventors in India are much more advanced than the other countries. This has been recognized by the Indian Parliament, Indian government also, that's been brought into the Indian Constitution. So when we do our activities, it is always better to have this scientific temper to identify what is the innovativeness what we are doing in our industries, particularly MSME industries. MSME industry becomes a major, it is an example not major of the industries which have become the major industries today in the world are not because of the pumping of the funds. It is always because of the, if you see, always because of the technology they adopt. If you have a new technology, that technology makes your MSME into a major industry. So this you need to understand. So this you need to develop in your companies so that this identification will happen. So when you identify it, when you try to protect the intellectual property, maybe it may be a patent, trademark, copyright, design, these can be differentiated in the later panel discussions. These will be differentiatedly told to you or explained to you what is the difference between a patent, trademark or copyright or industrial design. But these are all collectively called as intellectual property rights. So these are not the creation through the brain. So when you want to create something new in your company, first thing what you need to understand is what is the strategy you are adopting it. Whether that by having that intellectual property protected, whether you are going to stop the competitor from coming into picture is number one. Number two is that whether you will have an advantage in the market, that needs to be seen. And third thing also, is it a frivolous or a simple technology? If sometimes a frivolous or a simple technology can be easily copied. So you need to understand these three strategies and protect it. So while protecting it, you have all the facilitation centers wherein you take your invention to the facilitation center, wherein this will be a patentability opinion will be given by the facilitation center, whether that can be a patented or a trademark or industrial designs. Today, if you see companies like Coca-Cola, they have the bottle also, the bottle what they use is also a design protected. If you see the Kinley bottle, we see Bisleri bottles. So nobody can copy it. That gives an advantage for them to give a brand or a look in the market so that their product looks in a different way. Apart from that, if you say, as Mr. Jayesh Rangan told about the Qualcomm, lot of technologies Qualcomm is supplying to the today iPhone, Samsung phones, lot of industries. They give their technologies. They are making 60% of revenue only on the patent filings. Revenue from the technologies which they sell or give on royalty, rather than what is being made in their in-house companies. So the power of the technology is much more advanced than the creation or the creation of a product. So if you have a technology, you can easily be going into this market. I'll tell you an example of a small example of one US inventor who has invented in 1800s, the safety pin. Mostly women use the safety pin. Once the safety pin was also invented, his name is Strauss in 1876, if I'm not wrong. At that time, there was no such pin. He was a scooter mechanic. His pants were used to slip down. To tie his pants, he has taken out a string from the scooter, that brake thread, and he made that string such that if it is locked, it will be intact. The moment it is been opened, it opens into a wider way. So that such pin, you don't find it even today in the market. That once that pin was patented, he made from a scooter mechanic, he became a billionaire at that time by selling these pins. Jeans pants, what we use the jeans, Levi's jeans. Levi's jeans was once those were the tent cloths used in the gold rush in California in US. Huge heap of tents were there, and no one knows what to do because the pollution was growing on and they cannot burn those tents. This guy Levi Strauss gave an idea to the government. He said, if you give me this huge heap of the tents, I will be using it and creating it into a different product. Government said, yes, if you want to use these tents, take them. And he has taken those tents, he has put the buttons wherever the tent cloth, by making it into a trousers, his cap tears down, there he has used the buttons. And he created the Levi's jeans. Today Levi's jeans, after his invention, bringing into the jeans pant into the market, it is a multi-billionaire company today. And we can tell a number of examples. Today, Microsoft being, in our generation, Microsoft. iPhones, Apple. New technologies have come. And in India, there are n number of companies who have developed on these things. Pharma technologies, mechanical technologies, electronic technologies. So, making a strategy is very important. By making a strategy, you can stop the competitor coming into your boundaries. You can create the exclusivity in the market. And having the IP right, you can also create a monopoly in the market. So by creating the monopoly, the business develops and you will have an advantage in the market by selling your product at a premium price. So with this, I would like to thank all the delegates, and I wish the MSME who has conducted this program a very good program, and we will have a very good sessions in the forthcoming today and tomorrow. And one and all, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us insight into the importance of strategizing, technology, and design registration as well. Now I request our director to please felicitate Jayesh Ranjan sir with a memento. I now invite our guest Shri Jogender Tanikella, CEO, T-Works, Government of Telangana, to please occupy the dais. I request Shrimati Vijay Durgeshwari to please welcome Ramesh Babu Vishwanathula sir with a bouquet. Sorry, couldn't do it because of that.
Thank you.
I request Chaya Devi ma'am to please welcome Brigadier P. Ganesham sir with a bouquet. I request Naveen sir to please welcome Joginder sir with a bouquet. I request Gulshan sir to please welcome Rashmi ma'am with a bouquet. I request Durgeshwari ma'am to please hand over a bouquet to our head of the institute, Vijay Kumar sir. I request Shivram sir to please welcome Rajkumar sir with a bouquet. I now request Brigadier P. Ganesham to please address the gathering.
Sabhaya Namaha. I thank the government MSME, the DFC to invite me to this wonderful initiative of familiarizing IP procedures to the MSME and common people. I think it's open to all. It's a wonderful initiative because what I gather when I move around institutions, small factories, where the knowledge of patent is not there at all. I know some PhD people, they call me up, sir, how do I do patenting? Professors in the colleges and universities call me up and say, how do I patenting? Now, this is not a very happy situation for India. We have creativity and we have regulation of granting patents, but somehow the link is missing of understanding them, applying for them and getting them. And what is a patent? It's an acknowledgement of the nation of your intellect, of your creativity. I think no other award in the country can be more than this, powerful than this. It is giving a stamp that you are Medhasu, you are a Medhavi. And I think we must apply, whether it is required for money or not, we must apply to at least get that personal ego satisfied. But we are not getting it formalized by the system. System exists. So I think MSME is doing a pioneering work today by calling this. I'm sure they have been done earlier, but it may extend to the students, college students especially, where it should be a topic for them. IP, maybe second year or first year, whatever it is there. So they know that this is something available, and once they start learning to get patents. In fact, I always tell the students when I go to the colleges, it is patents, not placements. If the children have a patent, by the time they spend 4 years in the college or 3 years in the college, the placement will be after them. But other way around, if you're only after placement, you're after them. So that kind of a patent culture, I think, is required in our country. We have a creativity, and we don't know how to formalize the creativity. And once formalization is done, కుటుంబానికి పేరు, ఊరికి పేరు, జిల్లాకు పేరు, రాష్ట్రానికి పేరు, డబ్బులు కూడా వస్తాయి. So much of things happen once a patent comes in. So I only pray and request all the people who are concerned that patent culture should go into everybody in the villages too, small towns, villages. And that's the way In about 5 years' time, we make them aware. You see hundreds and thousands of. Jayesh Ranjan talked about a building. We talked about the whole city. Everywhere we have patents. Every house should have a patent outside this house. And it's possible. Thank you and good luck to you for this course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the new tag. It's patents and not placements. I now request Shri Joginder Tanikella, CEO T-Works, Government of Telangana, to please address the gathering.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. It's actually my privilege to be here, and I'm also from the MSME side. So I understand the importance of this event here, and thanks to Vijay Kumar sir and of course Gulshan ji for inviting me here. I just want to share that as for intellectual property, we also need to look at it from a practical angle. So the fact is that there is the first thing is that patent enforceability is very difficult. So I'm telling you from my own experience. So the big companies like Novartis, Qualcomm and all, they have teams of lawyers who are actually working on enforcing the patents. So they go around, they check every day in the newspaper who is infringing, and then they go after them. So it's not very possible for an MSME to do that. So the focus should be here on this, that my personal experience I'm sharing is the value of the patent as a distinguisher of your product from the competition, and also to help you raise investment. So for that, one of the, I don't say a shortcut, but one of the faster ways I found is to go for a provisional patent. And I hope you will learn about the provisional patent scheme also in the next 2 days. That is very important because a provisional patent can be filed by yourself also. So the advantage of a provisional patent is when you do that, I don't know, maybe sir can correct me, but I file the provisional patent, then I can say patent pending. So automatically there's an edge for me in my advertising, in my going for investment, in my going for a government grant. So automatically it becomes that this is something worth protecting. And also the provisional patent gives you an advantage of at least 1 year in which you can make changes, because many times to draft a patent document also is a very tedious task, and you need to make sure that it is you have studied the prior art. So prior art basically means what has been done in this field before filing your own patent. So that is a complex task, and best left to professionals like sir, for example. So in the meantime, what you should do is you can at least file the provisional patent, so that by the time you have marketed your invention and you have gotten some ideas and you have gone forward with it, you also know what is the final patent you want to go for. So this is generally not much, even I came to know about this by chance. I just wanted to share my experience with the provisional patent concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. On the IP enforcement part, we would like to also inform that we already have a panel discussion on IP enforcement and best practices. And I would also like to inform that currently, through the Ministry of MSME, we are already funding 6 IPFCs, Intellectual Property Facilitation Centers, in Telangana, and other IPFCs also across the country to help you with IP enforcement and protection. Thank you. I now request Srimati Rashmi, CEO, Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, Government of Telangana, to please address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure to be interacting with you all here. My name is Rashmi Pimpre, and I'm the CEO of RICH, Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. As many of you would know, we are a Government of Telangana initiative launched back in 2017 to act as a bridge between various entities who are in the research and innovation space. We bring together institutions, academics, industries, startups, MSMEs, NGOs, and of course government departments. And while we work with each of these entities, we realize that there is not a lot of awareness when it comes to innovators, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, startups about IP and its importance. So we usually work on a project mode wherein we bring together various stakeholders for a project, and that involves a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, MSMEs as well. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this event today, because back in my earlier role, I was working with a pharma company in the intellectual property management division of that pharma company, and over there I've seen day in and day out how important all of these intellectual property rights are, be it patents, design patents, utility patents, trademarks, copyrights, and all of those. We don't realize, but IP pervades everything in our lives. We don't imagine it that way, but look at the brands you wear, look at the movies you see, look at the music you hear, look at your favorite sport telecast that you watch every day, or even look at the machines that you use day in and day out. Every little thing has IP component attached to it. And therefore, ignoring this important aspect of your operations, of your company, is really not a good thing. What usually happens is, like I said, and like many of the speakers have already mentioned, that there is no awareness. But we can assure you that there is a lot of assistance and help available for you to look at this aspect very seriously. And I would urge all of you to give due importance to the IP rights, because especially it helps you safeguard your own interest, but at the same time it also helps you avoid infringement on others' rights. And both of these have big monetary implications. So I would like to congratulate the MSME DFO for arranging this much needed and very important session. And I would urge all of you to make the most of it and take all the benefits out of the next 2 days that you will be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Shri Rajkumar Rodkar, Additional Director, Director of Industries, to please address the gathering.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am Rajkumar Rodkar, Additional Director of Industries. As you all are aware, we function from ABITS, Commissionerate of Industries, located at ABITS, and headed by our Director, Dr. Malsoor, and Principal Secretary, Special Secretary Jason Sir heads our department. We operate this TSI Pass, which is the single window system, and it has been renamed as TGI Pass. And we ensure that it is a flagship program of our department. We ensure that all industries, whoever applies for the industrial clearances, we ensure they get within 1 month all the clearances. And it is a mega project. We ensure that within 15 to 20 days they get all the industrial clearances. So basically it is a self-certifying application, end-to-end program. Once they apply, we ensure that you get all the clearances from all the line departments. And we monitor frequently from the Commissionerate of Industries. And recently, in the month of September last year, MSME 2024 policy has been announced. And the previous policy was running for the 10 years. Now we have announced the new policy, and the operational guidelines are under pipeline. Shortly, it will be issued. And as our Special Secretary Jay Sir was telling that in the past 10 years also I have been observing, not even a single unit has applied, MSME has applied for this patent registration, though we are giving the incentives from state government also. But as a DFR MSME was telling that few units have applied under federal government and they have been sanctioning the subsidies. In our MSME policy also, we have proposed about 50% subsidy to patent registration, maximum limited to 2 lakhs. And we have about 33 district industry centers headed by our general managers. We have reach in each and every district. So I request all the MSMEs that they can approach our district industry centers general managers who will be guiding you in how to apply for this and how to get the subsidies and all that. And also we have been sanctioned about some funds under RAM program. As you are aware, Under RAM program also, we are conducting quite a number of awareness programs to have access to the land at reasonable rate as well as under a lease pattern. So under policy, this also we are taking care, and main aspects are access to market. Under this, we are also conducting awareness programs with all the stakeholders, and we are preparing a calendar year, and we have been conducting few programs in industrial estates also. Recently we have conducted in Nacharam Industrial Estate and Kidimetra Industrial Estate. So likewise, I request that even the Z certification, we have conducted number of programs, but not even a single MSME unit is coming forward to avail these facilities. So in the industrial estates also, we are sending this accredited agencies to have awareness programs, and they avail these facilities so that once the quality is achieved by taking the Z certification, they can have more market access. We are trying our level best, but henceforth under the MSME policy, we want to have more awareness and have these facilities reach us all the MSME under pipeline and as well as in the districts. So with these few words, I thank the MSME DFO for giving this opportunity or inviting us, and we are there to give you guidance, or you can reach our officers any point in time. Any facility we want, we are there to help you out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us a glimpse of the state government initiatives and schemes. I request Gulshan, sir. To invite Mr. Fahim Miraj, CEO, Telangana Innovation Cell, for this program. I request Miraj sir to please address the gathering.
Thank you so much for actually inviting me and having me. This is I mean, enough has been said by all the dignitaries on the day, as Jay sir has, mentioned and in fact offered, facilitating the whole point. I'm going to talk about it from my perspective as an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for about 15 years, and about 12 years ago I had filed my first patent that got published, and that was awarded the patent pending status. And I can tell you from my experience as a student entrepreneur that don't look at patent as just another activity or a certificate. It's more of an asset, and if you are able to leverage it right, it can convert into a definitely very, very valuable asset. It's actually proof of work of your intellect. And how do you make this happen? I mean, years ago it was really difficult. I had to literally search the internet, find a patent attorney, pay her a bomb in terms of fee, and then file the whole thing, where the patent application just takes you about 1100 rupees. I don't know what's the fee now, but 10 years ago it was 1100 rupees. But then I had to pay another 30,000 rupees to just get the patent filed. But I think forums like these, initiatives like these are helping to bridge the gap between your understanding of what needs to be done to get your patent filed and get started. And I think with my responsibility as the CEO at Telangana Innovation Cell, I am very particularly interested, and I would like to take this opportunity to request MSME to facilitate patent filing process for the thousands of innovators that Telangana Innovation Cell actually has in our group. We go to a lot of tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities where you can find really beautiful products that are solving daily life problems of so many people, hundreds of them. And in fact, I don't have it right now, but I would love to present the booklet of all the innovations that our innovators have created, and I'm very, very sure most of them would qualify and be eligible for a patent. And this is going to not just help the innovators in their personal capacity, but also put India on the global intellectual map, get us the well-deserved respect for creating. Jay sir mentioned about the patents that he saw on the Qualcomm's wall of fame. I think if we start actually going after what we actually deserve, I think we're going to need a lot of walls. We are going to fill a lot of walls. And I think MSME right now has taken up that job of making that happen and really put India on the map. And I request all the heads of the organizations, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get in touch after this event. But more importantly, I'm going to take this opportunity to request MSME to work really closely with TGIC and help all our innovators, get their innovations patented, at least design patents, which I understand, are far more easier to achieve. Thank you so much again for having me. Let's continue to interact even after this forum and increase our numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and let this be the first step towards associating with Telangana Innovation Cell for the future. We'll proceed with the felicitation of the dignitaries before the vote of thanks and we break for tea. I now request Gulshan sir to please felicitate Ramesh Babu sir with a memento. I request Naveen sir to please felicitate Ganesham sir with a shawl and a memento. I request Shivram Prasad sir to please felicitate Joginder sir with a shawl and a memento. I request Durgeshwari ma'am to please felicitate Rishmi ma'am with a shawl and a memento. I request Dasharath sir to please felicitate Rajkumar sir with a shawl and a memento. I request Dinesh sir to please felicitate Mr. Miraj Fahim with a shawl and a memento. request Mr. Naveen to please felicitate the head of the institute, Vijay Kumar sir, with a shawl and a memento. Thank you. I now call upon Shri Gulshan to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sumati ma'am. So, once again, welcome you all participants, dignitaries to this program. So, this is the second version of IP Yatra. Previously, we organized IP Yatra in 2023, and few of the guests over here, including Ramesh Babu sir and a few of the participants and IP experts who are present over here, they had attended the program. Few of our incubation centers also were there, and I thank all the dignitaries, including Shri Jayesh Ranjan sir. In the last IP Yatra program, he couldn't come, because of his busy schedule, but he could make it, this time. And very important thing he has told, that about, citing the example of Qualcomm, how it increased. And these are the companies, big companies, they spend, lavishly on patent, even if they are not using it, just to block competitors, So you have example of Reliance Jio, they have filed around 1,200 patents this year itself, so, and most of it is granted. And but we have now IP Facilitation Center, 6 IPFCs which have empaneled, IP experts across Hyderabad to give you free services, not only IP filing support or IP consultation, but also IP enforcement. And I would like to thank Ramesh Babu sir, our special guest. He is the senior most IP attorney in Hyderabad, and from his busy schedule, he could take his time and his insights, being in the IP field. He has told you, in the forthcoming sessions, it would be clear for those of you who are not fully aware of the details of different IPs. I thank Brigadier Ganeshan sir. He is Vishisht Seva Medal honoree for joining this. He is running a foundation, Pallis Rujna, and he was instrumental in getting the first Indian Army patent, and he is working closely towards grassroots innovation. I thank Rashmi Pimpali madam, CEO of RICH Research Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, coming in this program, joining us at a very short notice. I thank my friend, very good friend, Mr. Joginder. He is CEO of T-Works. I thank Additional Director of Industries Department of Telangana. All the guests invited over. I also would like to thank Miraj Fahim, CEO of Telangana Innovation Cell, and Supajit Saha present over here, and all the distinguished IP attorney present over here. I thank all the participants. Each of the guests who have been invited over here, they are an important part of the innovation and IP ecosystem of Telangana. And I was expecting more participation. A lot of people are on their way. And we have designed the sessions, in such a fashion that starting from the basics to the complicated methods in the IP, you would be able to understand and take away something valuable from it. I thank our Joint Director, sir, Head of the Office, S. Vijay Kumar, sir, and we are here to support you. We have empaneled IPFC centers. We also have empaneled now Technology Transfer Office, IIT Hyderabad. So we will be supporting you. You just require Udyam registration to be eligible for the free services at our IPFC center. And thank you once again for attending this program. Sincerely from bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I request the dignitaries to please occupy the front seats. We are about to start with the technical sessions. technical sessions for the day. We have a series of enlightening sessions lined up for you. So we have 2 sessions before we break for lunch. The first session is IP fundamentals for first time filers. The session will be handled by Mr. Biswajit Sarkar, founder, Biswajit Sarkar Advocates IP Attorneys. I request Biswajit sir to please take over the session. Have a tea break or whatever, break of 5 minutes, and then we'll join back exactly by 12 p.m. I once again request the participants to please join back. We'll start with the technical sessions now. Yeah, the first technical session for the day is IP fundamentals for first time filers. The session will be handled by Shri Biswajit Sarkar, founder, Biswajit Sarkar Advocates, IP Attorneys. I humbly request all the participants to please take over their seats.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries and the participant and the guest. So it's a very great pleasure for me to meet all of you and to hear the speeches from all the dignitaries about the IP as well as the importance of IP and how to create the IP. This is a gathering specially for the industries, those who are into the small business, it's termed as MSME, SME or startup companies, not large industries. Small companies are also equally very, very important in today's role of development of economy of our country and also to take our economy to the international level through innovations at different verticals as well as other creativity like taking the different brands. As we are seeing the many brands in India, the international brands like KFC, like McDonald's, like your Walmart, Amazon. So every second we are using Amazon. These are all international brands. Those who are controlling our life as well as the commerce in our country. So similarly, we also expect through the IP, not only we need to capture our own business or to establish our own business, rather the IP should help you also to stand in an international market. Today's business, you just remember, today's business is very competitive, very global also. As we are always talking about now, there's a very big challenge has come for the IP, how it will take shape. That is also a very big question because AI is controlling many aspects of creativity and thereby the prevailing definition or the concept of intellectual property rights may take overturn, and we are all working and looking forward for such kind of changes. And we would like to say, like, IP is really very, very important to establish your business, to grow with your business, because MSME is the backbone of the economy of basic level of economy of our country, but many MSME companies have gone to that level. Like there are many small companies, even in our West Bengal we have seen, they started from a very small micro level. Now there are the large industries, so they have entered into the IPO. But we have seen also the same thing in Patna or the Odisha. The small companies are taking the big role in building the future and the economy of our country. Now, as we are talking about IP, like what IP does, that is very important. Like suddenly we talk about IP, that is intellectual property. Anything is coming from your own intellect, own thinking, and also to establish your business differently and keeping away, it is not the thing because you will be keeping away your competitors. Competitors will be always there because today's everything is knowledge based. If you have the knowledge, you will definitely take a shape and you will definitely much ahead of your competition. So thereby, it is not a thing that IP will be only giving you the way that you will move away the competitors. Rather, you will be welcoming the competitors, what I feel. Because the more IP you have, the more competitors will be attracted towards your business and your innovation. And they will be also encouraged to create their own innovation to keep the technology at a different level. Like I'm giving an example, like when the mobile phone started and there were the numbers of patents by Motorola, but if you see that shape of that mobile phone and today's smartphone is big difference. So thereby, unless and until there is a competition, there is a technological warfare, so things will not change. So thereby, you don't think that's okay, I am creating the IP just to avoid the competition. It's not that. You are securing your business. You are making your business to grow with the IP. It is not a thing that you are taking some kind of stick in your hand and you are trying to chastise your competitors. No, you just go away from here and all those things. I am existing, not like that way. But you see this, yes, I have the innovation, I'll do that. Now, IP, what is the importance of the IP? We just see this as a public image that is very, very important. If you have the good IP, like intellectual property for your business, then it creates the business image that your recognition in the industry is there. So therefore, what I feel that there are many aspects, because if you do the business, one is your commodity, one is your knowledge, one is your economy which you require, and also another kind of property is there, that is an intangible property we call, which is invisible, that is your intellectual property. Those four corners are always creating the room for your business today. So thereby, IP is really important. Now you see that if you do the business, you can. Previously there was a lot of traders or business people, they made the business without IP. Now, what was the situation? Like, if you go to the market, you buy anything, there was no brand names, nothing, there was no quality assurance, and all those things are there. So, business without the IP is not, in today's scenario, can help you to move ahead with your business. These are the situation you can see. This your brand value is not there. Your business stand is also not very strong. You do not have even legal protection. That is also biggest fundamental, because if you do the business, you don't think everything will be your red carpet treatment and you will get a velvet touch. A few speeches and few lectures, and I give a lot of lectures. You go for business in this way, but you know this why the shoe pinches. So you must know this, like how you stand with your business, with your product, and with your services. So therefore, if you think that your business needs the protection, that is definitely comes from the legal protection. So therefore, the IP will help you to cover your business with such kind of thing. Now you just see, this is a small graph I am just showing you. Like intellectual property, I mean, it is it is a support of the creation. If you have creative thinking, creative ideas, creative product, creative invention, or the design, everything is a creation. Then you just make those creations into the form of application, like you apply for patents, you apply for trademarks, etc., etc. Then you require the protection also. The moment you create it, like if you buy a piece of land, so immediately you need a protection, like creating a boundary, like you creating a jurisdiction for your business too. So protection is there, and then you have to think how my business can grow with the help of the IP. IP is not like just like the piece of paper, or if you go to the some companies, you see it's a kind of the decorative, there's the wall art and all those things. It's not that. IP should always speak with you. Yesterday I went to the one university over here to give the speech with the law department, and we are encouraging them how to be a IP lawyer. So always the university, whenever they are also doing the research and the many new thinking on in respect of laws, so then university should be connected with the industry also. That is very, very important. So protection is definitely there, what I said earlier. Like you have to also, if you create your IP, then you must know how to manage it. Like if you, buy any kind of the material thing, so you must know how to handle it, how to operate it, and all those things. Similarly, you must know this how to deal with the IP. Then you have to think for the protection, because for the protection you have to think this what are the avenues you have in our country. Because I travel extensively and I have seen the laws of the different countries are different. The IP protections are also very different. So therefore, you must know what is the existing system of the protection created by the government to ensure your IP right. Now, the monetization is also another aspects of it, I have already mentioned. Now, these are the different types of the IP. So your copyright, these are primarily known as industrial design, that anything, whatever you see, any product, that is industrial design. Then trademark, like patent, integrated circuit is there, and plant protection variety, and GI also, geographical indication. Now, what is a trademark? So, whenever you create anything, definitely it needs a name. Like you all are existing in this world as a human being, carrying a name. So that is your identity, your presence distinctively in this world from the rest of the human beings in this world. So similarly, whenever you create your product or any service, so that needs a kind of the identification. That's, I call it as a trademark. Although there are many, the big legal definition is there, but I am trying to make you, it is a very easy thing. If you, whenever you create a company also, you create your MSME company, that you must take a name. And that name, there are procedures how to take the name and all those things. And then definitely your product and service is there. Now, this is the trademark distinctiveness that will go later on. Now, you see it as a trademark. The trademark is like we call this word mark. It's very, very interesting. There's many things you can take as a trademark. Then it is a coin mark, because for the trademark protection, if you take a name, the name should be very innovative. This is the point. Because this, which is non-dictionary word, that is we call this a coin word. Then it's a letter mark is there. Then numerals, then taglines, Then shape is there. The shape can be also trademark. It is very unique. So that is a color trademark, because color can be also the part of the trademark, because actually we call the corporate colors, and this is a new concept. If you go for the global market, the color is very important. Just it is a Samsung, the logo, they always use a blue color. So the color identification is very important. Like this is another case for this. Whenever you see the chocolate, you think for the purple color. But unfortunately, Cadbury lost that kind of this color protection. Previously, they never thought of it. So now there's so many companies, they are trying to copy. Any chocolate is coming in the market is always in the purple color, till today. So combination is there, like your name should be some kind of, your artistic, we call this part is called, it's a cross, that is an artistic work, that can be also there. Now this is a sound mark. Of course, sound mark is very interesting. Like whenever you open the windows, even you are sitting at a distance, you can understand the window is open. So similarly, the ringtone of Nokia or the Yahoo, these are all the part of the business identity. You just imagine how creative they are. Even they are creating the IP with the creativity also. That they are going from the above the level of the existing IP. The concept. There are many concepts they are doing. We are also doing, our law firm is also doing a lot of research work with IP protection. Now, the value of a trademark in business is definitely, it is very, very important tool. The valuable business assets I have already mentioned. So now, whenever you choose a trademark, the most important part is that never choose a generic name. So most of the companies, what they try to do, they just try to take the name which has the kind of their business identity, like the business involvement. Never do that, please. I mean, that is highly generic, and there are numerous cases are there. That's why it is IP lawyers are growing. And whenever you have such kind of name, some other companies are taking you to the court of law, and such kind of things are really undeserved for you all. So you have to think in that way. Descriptive terms you please should not take. That is, I said already, the descriptive. These are the examples is given, the marks. There are many things also there. You have to think, because not only the word, coin word is always like a Kodak. I have already shown you. So those things are very, very interesting. And it is a very distinctive trademark. This is Xerox. Everybody says today this is Xerox, or they are using the word called Googling. I mean, Google is such a beautiful name. I always suggest my clients, n number of clients were there, they came with a trademark, and we make them upside down. No. These other attorneys will say, no, okay, you have taken the trademark. What is happening in our country? And if as I travel abroad extensively, I have seen those business people, the thoughts are very different. They are already, now today we are talking about the awareness of the IP and all those things. Of course, down the line we have crossed the, the very valuable time in a business, in a competitive business. But they are much ahead of us. What they do, because MSME, other MSME companies, that's why the government is giving the incentive that you have to pay the money back and all those things are there, now to create the IP. But in foreign country, I have seen, whenever they think for the business, they immediately start talking with the IP attorney. Like, look, I am having this kind of thought, and I want to start the business. Now you tell me, should I go with this business or not? It is not the thing, because I love to create something creativity, and you start doing the garments, designing and other things. But one fine morning you will see this, your products are similar to the other kind of the design. Because if it is a very innovative design, is okay. But I still tell the people, like, you get the idea of innovation from another creation. Unless until there is a mobile phone which was created by Motorola. Before that there was a line phone which was created by the Graham Bell, that is a world famous innovator. So otherwise, today we are not carrying a smartphone. Smartphone is nothing but is a wireless set. But a wireless batteries are very huge. This battery is very small. The macro, these kind of things are there. So anyway, so whenever you do the business, I know this you will be having the financial constraint. That is a very practical aspects of it. You have to always think for your the economy, the business assets like your land assets, your immobile property assets. Without that, your machineries. Then your investment with is hiring the consultants. Many things are there, but also you think for the IP, hiring a good IP attorney who knows your business very deeply and to keep your business much ahead of your other competing business safely. I'm not saying you will be much ahead of the competition tomorrow by help of this IP attorney. They will give you the guideline, oh, you file a patent, you file a trademark. He is thinking for his own, kind of thing. But you have to think in that way, like, yes, does it really help to grow my business or not? That is very important. So the thing is this, that is another aspects of this called industrial design. So whenever you see a product like all the mineral water bottles and others, it has a different shape, a look which is appealing to the human eye, then it is a part of the industrial design. So you can go for protection of design, like many garments company I have seen, some kind of creativity is there. So they are very confused. They said, okay, should we go for copyright protection? Because it is a kind of creativity, but garments cannot be protected. The design of the garments cannot be protected by the copyright because the concept of the copyright is a very different. So you have to go for the industrial design. Like even jewelry, especially for the women. So that is a very, very challenging in our country. So every day there is a creation of the jewelry design, and every day there is a violation of the creation of the jewelry design. But our laws are not that much strong enough. We need a more strong IP laws in our country, what I feel, in comparison to the other international IP laws. Now, the one thing is that for design, once you register it, you get the protection only for 10 years. And then you can extend it. If you think that your design is still doing the good business, bringing the good business, then you can extend it for another 5 years. Otherwise, we tell the people, because the design is keep on changing. You don't prolong it for a long time because you see, creating IP is good, but moving with the IP, like creating the kind of that IP load and to maintain it is also a very big challenge against the economical demand every day into the business. So copyright is another aspects of it. It's very simple. Whenever you make any artistic work, video presentation, your music presentation, that is the part of the copyright. It's a very strong law in our country because we have signed a Bond Convention agreement, and that's why once you register the copyright in India, because other intellectual property rights are confined to within the country. If you take a trademark, it is confined to India, not for Bangladesh, you get the protection. But copyright is the only protection which is prevailing in all the countries, member countries of the Bond Convention. So similarly, like we have created one copyright protection for one big organization called Missions of Charity, founded by Mother Teresa. Their logo was copied in Romania. With this Indian registration, we protected that the infringement. So copyright is that powerful. Even for the trademark, there is a new trend in our practice. So like the Good Day biscuits and all those things, we also go for the copyright protection. Now you can say this is how the one protection is overlapping the other protection. But trademark, if anybody is duplicating, your you have to go to the civil court. You have to get the injunction. Some kind of the orders like your John Doe orders, so many things are there. There's a lot of legal things. But if you have the copyright, you don't need to go to the court. You straightway go to the police department, enforcement, and you say this is a kind of a duplication, I have the copyright protection. The police will so want to start the legal proceedings and go for the raid. That is the one plus point of the copyright protection. So what are the various areas of the copyright protection? This is like the original, literary, dramatic, musical, artistic work. These are all part of the copyright. Even you create the brochures, even your website contents, like whatever you create the contents for presenting your business activities, that is also part of the copyright. Many websites I have seen, at the bottom they write C within the circle. That is a misleading, because that is not copyrighted. Because whenever you create something which is very unique in nature, then definitely that is a copyright. But you have to register the copyright. The reason is that you can secure some legal protection on it. That you have to remember. So don't ignore it. You have to think for copyright also. It is not that. And one plus point is there. The copyright, once the person, the creator, the validation of the copyright is a lifespan of that person. And even after the death of that person, the creator, it is prolonging for next 60 years. It's a huge. And so therefore, you have to think, and copyright doesn't have any kind of a renewal procedure or anything. It is a perpetual. But others, intellectual property rights, that is within the specific time period. Like if you create the patent, giving all kind of hard work and all those things, it is only sustaining for 20 years. So you apply for the patent, but you must know how quickly you can get the benefit of that technology. But most of the cases in India I have seen 6 to 7 years, 5 years, 4 years down the line is going after the application. So once you kill your 5 years or 6 years of that particular protection, so 14 years, what business you do with your technology, that is a $1 million question. So it is happening. These are practical aspects. Theory is very lucrative, very, very convincing. Yes, something is really happening, very great. But in a practical way, we have seen, I have seen many universities. I have seen one innovator, he came. At the age of 70, he has got a patent. And he was literally struggling in IP office. When I was going to appear for the patent hearing, he is an old man. He is having that kind of hope that yes, my patent will one day really make some business. But this is the kind of inspiration he has, but nobody knows what is the future of that patent protection. So anyway, so for the patent is that your technology should be very new and novel. That we are talking about the prior art search and all those things, that is also very important. Like unless and until an IP lawyer is being supported by technological team, a lawyer cannot understand each and every technological development in today's world. So we always need, now even the lawyers are also changed. We have the technology blended with the law. Not like a typical IP lawyer or anything like that. It should have the technological knowledge, especially for if you go for the IT industries, they take computer science law. Because then you can think, where is the innovation? Where is the invention? Otherwise you go to the simple IP attorney, he will say, okay, 20 questions on law and all those things. Because he doesn't have that kind of exposure. He doesn't have that kind of the knowledge of technology. So that is very fundamental even to be a good IP lawyer, what I said yesterday also to the law university. So you must understand your technology first. Then you choose the right kind of the IP lawyer who can really help you to get your IP protection properly. Otherwise, I have seen the drafting of the patent specification is very complicated, undoubtedly. And also to make it happen, because otherwise I have seen the many cases even we challenge the patent rights also in the court of law. And after down the line, you spend a huge amount of money with the IP attorneys. Then one fine morning, you see the court is revoking the whole right. So then you are just sitting on a fence, really. So the next thing is the trade secret. That is also very happening in the world. In India, there is no specific law as of date because we are just forming this trade secret. Because very few companies, they have really trade secret. What I have seen with my own eyes. So especially even I know this like kind of thing, Hyderabad is very famous with the Hyderabad-Biryani. In Calcutta, everywhere I see this always selling the biryani, he is writing the Hyderabad-Biryani. but I do not understand what is the difference between the Hyderabad biryani. Of course, I am the veg person, and I do not understand. But definitely something is there, but I do not know. I mean, whether it is protected by GI of the Hyderabad biryani because it's a community protection. So those things are there. So trade secret is also very interesting area of the IP, and it should be also protected. But you must know that where is the trade secret, and trade secret should be confined to that person only. So that is a part of it. And these are the design one case. Like design is how you just see this design was copied. Especially it happens with the water bottle. When the children are taking the water bottle in the school, you just see the similar kind of bottles, and the children are being attracted with the designs, like creative designs, artwork. So those things are copied, and these are the case there. The court passed an injunction later on. So that particular design was totally removed from the market. We are handling many court cases, and that's why we feel sad about this. So when the infringer is coming to the court and he is trying to plead innocent, that I did not have that knowledge, but he has already burnt his fingers. So this is another interesting case. You can see the shape of the bottle, the containers. It was copied vividly. So that is also very common. If you especially you see this a sports world, like sports shoes are vividly copied and copied desperately in India. Even I remember I was attending one international conference where the top IS officers, like our copyright divisions, everybody was there. And our Delhi police commissioner was saying this, there is no copyright for the infringement much in Delhi. So I still remember from the audience, one person said, "Sir, if you have the card, please come with me. I'll take you to the Rajendra Nagar. I'll show you how many infringed books are selling on the footpath." Then interestingly, one IS officer was there. He said, whenever I was preparing for my classes, for the coaching, that I also bought these infringed copies of books. Because basically it is rampant in our country, the infringement of books. So it happened because we said that what was the source, how they came to know, the Chinese people. We said from Singapore, because our client is procuring the goods from Singapore. So anyway, come to this is our interesting case that I'm trying to show you. That is our world famous case. Like the pattern, the color pattern can be a part of the business, rather their service identity in the world. This is the first time happened. Now we are, we'll be very soon going to your Chennai High Court to move a John Doe order to protect, because we have identified in South India especially, the Mother Teresa's, the name and that blue color is really infringed every day. And with the help of some of our statutory body people also. We are very surprised to note all those things. So therefore, this is a very interesting case, what we have done many years back. And this is another case, what we have done is an address. The address, it is address for a restaurant, the 6 Paliganj place. Now, they are very popular in UK and European countries and selling the Indian products. So only address can be a trademark. It is the first time in the world. When we argued this case, it was covered in a newspaper also. Like we take the support of Park Avenue at the first level of Monte Carlo or all those things, or the Casablanca, so name of the place. But first time the hearing officer said that is a public, this is generic, but it is a house address. And these restaurant owners, they are not the owner of this house. They said, who will be the owner of this? Because suppose they leave that house. I said, yes, they are in, now you can see they have advertised like the restaurants, the chain of restaurants, now everywhere in the world, they call it 6BP. They have made a short form. In Bangalore, they call it also 6BP. So the trademark and the conventional trademark, we call this unconventional trademark. That is a skill of a lawyer how to establish it beyond the boundary of your legal periphery existing in your country. So this is the thing, because they are not thinking for the Indian business, they are thinking for the global business. First they thought is that address does not require any kind of the protection. Now later on they jumped on it when they came from UK and they said we need the trademark very badly at any cost and at any price. And later on they advertised in a newspaper, yes, Indian chain of restaurant having the unique trademark in the world. And that has given the business a gimmick. Okay, they have jumped into the business. 6 Baliganj Place, 6 BP is one of the costliest restaurant in the eastern part of India. So this is, of course, we started our journey from Calcutta. That is my place of origin. But meanwhile, I was in Bombay High Court for a couple of years, and that time I was helping the Jagjit Singh, the famous ghazal singer in a country, for the copyright protections and others. Then I have created my own law firm in the passage of time. Now we are celebrating 35 years this year. And now we have expanded globally in many countries. Recently I was in Thailand, and also we are operating in Thailand to cover the Southeast Asian countries. And especially will be also the lawyer for Aditya Birla Group for the Southeast Asian countries, also for the IP protection. So in that way we are happening, and will be also in Hyderabad. So if you have any problem, you can write to us. We'll be very glad to help you, give you the guideline or advice in any manner whatsoever, and will help your business to grow with the help of the IP as well as the legal protection. Thank you very much once again to have the patience for my lecture right here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So he's a very renowned IP attorney, Mr. Bishwajit Sarkar. He's having an office in Kolkata and also some international places. And so we would like to honor him. He has come all the way from Kolkata today to take this session.
I'm really happy to be in Hyderabad, and I came just 1 week back, and again I am here, and maybe very frequently, and will be always available in Hyderabad. Thank you.
Okay, so we just for 5-10 minutes, if the participants they have any questions regarding what was presented in the session, sir, please.
Would you mind to come in front, because your question is really valuable for all of us. So can you take the mic also, so that everybody can hear you also? Please come in front, sir.
Sir.
And you also introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Ishwar. I am from IIT Hyderabad.
Wonderful.
So, I have a doubt related to Castrol design. Will it be possible to move to the slide?
Yeah, we can show the Castrol. Oh, great. So your Hyderabad IIT is how many years is functioning now?
2007 or 8 it was started.
2007.
Recently joined.
Can you use the mic, please? Yeah.
Yeah, my doubt not started, sir. Just personal discussion.
When they want to hear you, IIT Guwahati is much ahead of you or before, after us? IIT Guwahati? Guwahati in Assam.
I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Here, the doubt is related to, I could see
Please
a
come.
difference both for the Castrol and the Lumax design.
Would you come on a
Yeah,
dash?
sure, sir. I will show it.
Please they will learn from you. And what are you-
So here, I could see some dots here, and here dots are not available. So do you really think it is copied? How? Because the
The visual aspects,
yeah.
like how you see the common picture, because basically the mobiles and others. Okay, it is a very good question. Please come. It's a very good question. I want to show it. This part is without any design, and this area is some kind of the portrait design is a thing. But only this area is not the thing, because whenever the illiterate, because the average intelligence, if you read the lot of case laws, the judge is saying it depends on the average intelligence. If the common person is going and buying this product, they will not be able to identify all those reasons. They will see the entire contour of the product and shape and size and everything. That is also factor for this infringement.
Yes, sir. So in that case, there are two differences I found. Might be visual differences or not, I'm not sure. One is the dotted design, and there is a difference in the cap design also. So if these two are very minor, to reject this design or to say these are infringed, so we see a lot of mobile phones which are the same shape, but everybody got their own design patents or design registrations from their own company. So how can we compare when they have given the registration for the mobile cases? What could be the problem here?
The thing is basically once you get you just remember our law, the registration is not your absolute right. Anytime it will be challenged in a court of law, what we are doing as a lawyer. When a cancelling of the beer bottle design is a famous IP case of our country that we are handling, that one side is Evers by the way. So there are many aspects we see as a whole, or not like the one particular area. You just put one ingredient and you just say, oh, my design is very unique in nature. They will say that it is nothing new, unique. They will say it is totally copied. And that's why court passed that injunction.
So you mean to say this design was registered by the government of India? But
the court has rejected. So many, I think the last week I did one case. The trademark registry Delhi has registered one trademark. And Delhi High Court has given a warning to the IP office. Be careful creating such kind of the intellectual property rights. It's a very bad intellectual property. It is creating the litigation. It is creating the confusion among the public for understanding the proper IP. So it is a warning for the IP office. I read it in the judge. I can't remember the brand name. Then they agreed the IP office. They came in before the court, and the judge asked, file an affidavit. Why have you registered it? Then they tendered the apology before the court. Otherwise, the judge was cautioning that officer, I'll suspend you from the job. That's the thing.
So with this, what I'm trying to speak is, so even though you got the patent right for your invention or design registration for a design, you need to do the freedom to operate search while sending into the market. Otherwise, the other person who having the original design will sue to the court, and the court will punish to reject it. So it's better to do the freedom to operate search. I mean, that is a different thing. So which your IP authorities will guide you. After that, you can release into the market. Otherwise, knowingly or unknowingly you have copied, even though the government of India Patent Office granted your design, you need to pay the damages to the other person. So that is what I thought of informing you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And similarly, you see, if you come to the court, there is an IP division. I don't know how Hyderabad will be starting with Hyderabad High Court. But Calcutta, Bombay, Delhi, the IP division.
Previous IPAB is there.
IPAB, now sir. Now so many litigations are coming, challenging one patent of the one pharma company before the court of law by this another competing company. They say it's a bad patent. Because prior art search is also very, very in a grey area. So I did not go much into the even trademark search is also very grey. That's the thing. So you must be knowing on this thing. Okay, any other question?
Thank you, sir.
Or process or both, okay? Where there is an innovative step, non-obvious to a person skilled in the art, okay? So this is, this can be for, in other than manufacturing or anything, for any work of an accountant or any other teacher or any other skilled person,
So
can I claim a patent if I have developed a concept which is not obvious to the person skilled in that art?
Yeah, because the processing the data and all those things, would you mind to come forward, because people will be happy to hear you also. And it's a very good question. This is a thing like, I don't know, you might be a very important chartered accountant or doing a lot of work with your accountancy. It's a lot of questions are coming, even our teaching method. Many teachers are asking, we are just coming before the Hyderabad, there was a query to us, he has sent a writer. The method of educating the children. So it is a kind of is a kind of conical shape, but it's a reverse conical shape. He said how it starts and then it expands. But unfortunately, according to the Indian patent system, so it cannot be patented. Like if you see the software, our USA is giving the patent on the software. Even the TCS and other companies, they're doing the patenting in India. But the thing is that what we are doing, because whenever we are involving any hardware into the software system, then it is a patentable. But if you take this simply the programming of the software, it is not patentable according to the Indian law. So you have to go for the copyright protection. So we always do that. So similarly, if you have that kind of method and all those things, you write and come out in the form of a literary work, like your published work, then you go for the copyright. So that is a better provisions. In spite of going for the patent, it is only for 20 years. So your copyright is lifelong, so long you are alive, even after your life, 60 years. Yes. So sometimes I feel the copyright is much powerful than even a patent.
A work of literature would mean a peer-reviewed article, or published anywhere is okay?
No, if it is published, it is not a problem, but you have to disclose before the government at the time of filing your application of the copyright, whether it is a published work or it is an unpublished work. If it is a published work, you have to mention the name of the countries and also the year of your publication. That you have to mention categorically. And if you have published those things, and especially for the literary work, we call this an ISBN number. That is the international number for the literary work. That you have to also mention in a copyright application. So many applications we have seen being rejected by the Copyright Office, because copyright application is also very tricky. And most of the lucrative IP cases are happening in India only for the copyright violation. Patent violation is very less. Means like even understanding the patent violation is also very crucial. So whether it is really a patentable invention or it is a patent, when the patent is granted, even you can have the strategy to challenge that patent. You file the litigation against that patent and take him to the court of law. Then you say this patent is challenged. You come to the court and file your, so once the matter is going to the court, sometimes we see this, the court is always telling is, please do the amicable settlement. I'm telling you the one case we are handling. This is the trademark infringement case. It happened, the name of the hotel is called Seahawk. So Seahawk Puri is there, Odisha. Seahawk West Bengal is there. But West Bengal Seahawk is much prior. That is a dispute, how the judge is taking the decision on that. He said, who is the first user of this name? They said the Seahawk is a generic, the dictionary word. It is related to the sea because the hotel is next to the sea beach. They have come out with a lot of pleadings. In our petition, if you read before the court, they have made a lot of pleading by the lawyers. Now the court is saying, because they are also in existence for 20 years, they are also in existence in 25 years. So 20 years in the existence in the business, no court will immediately pass the order, you stop your business. Unless it is a very serious case and it is injurious for the public interest. So therefore, the lot of principles are also laid down. I take the classes for judges. I teach them also the same way. They are also very confused, sir. In that case, what would be our judgment also? That you have to think judiciously. And we call the judicial maxim, legal maxims are there, legal principles are there. You have to apply all those things. So similarly, copyright protection is much better than if any other IP protection available in the market. This much I can say. Any other question?
So we would like to put a stop to the questions over here. We can discuss in the lunch also. Sir is going to stay with us for the lunch, So we have the next speaker, and then you have to go for lunch. Otherwise, the lunch will be delayed. Thank you so much, sir. for giving your valuable insights, sharing your experience with the audience. And also let me tell you, he is going to come tomorrow also to take another session, so he is going to be with us. He is one of the instrumental person, in this program, behind this program. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm also very happy to see all of this.
So next we have Brigadier Ganeshan sir. So he has been awarded Vishisht Seva Medal. He was also part of the DIAS guest, so he is having a bi-monthly Palle Srujna, and they are working with, at the rural level, encouraging grassroots innovations. So sir, please welcome him.
Again, Andariki Namaskaram. Nice to be here again. I will tell you something different than what the previous speaker or the introduction said, but that's relevant to all of us, and also opportunities for MSME and IP. Amazing area. Perhaps most of you are not aware of that area. Let me have the privilege of introducing that area. That is the grassroots innovations in the society. So we have been working on this. Palle Sujana is organization. Palle is village. Sujana is creativity. So to listen to this, just relax. And a lot of you are not smiling. Please smile. There's nothing wrong happening here. No? So keep smiling. Feel free. Relax and listen what I see and see what I show it to you. May be useful to you, but it will not any cause loss to you. But you all get provoked by seeing the reality of situation. Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. So the whole society of India is divided into broadly two parts. One is formal system, second is informal system. Broadly, you know what it is. But informal system grows vertically without taking cognizance of the informal system. They are not worried about it. They are not sensitive about it. Okay. Right.
Silence, please.
So, and the informal system, they don't know where to go, what to do, whom to talk, language problems, and nothing they know. They live in their own world of nature, and they get deprived because formal system doesn't tell them. And formal system is blessed because of they know things, there is accessibility, there is power, there is connectivity, everything is available to them. And they are happily live in their world, forgetting the whole thing. It happened to me as a student. Nobody took me to connect with society. They said work for government, industry, and work for yourself. I am 76 years now. There are two generations here. You all got the same education, that alienating from society, right? Is it possible?
Yes, actually,
Okay. I'll keep on talking about it. So, in our olden times, we have individual excellence. गांव में कोई लेडी है, शी इज वेरी गुड डांसर, कोई वेरी गुड स्कल्प्टर एक बॉय है, कोई किताब लिखता था, something, and all kinds of individual excellences was there in our tradition. And these were nurtured, patronized by rich people, rajas, nawabs, or whoever, jamindars. And the entire creativity of individuals has come into society, and some of them have merchandised it and made money across the world. And that's why our GDP in the world, Indian share was 42%, I believe, people say. All because of individual excellences. But when the English came, colonials, they brought industry, enterprises, management, and they made institutional excellences. From individual excellence, we shifted to institutional excellence, and somehow, slowly, gradually, individual excellence has faded away due to lack of patronization. Now, but did the God stop giving creativity to people? Don't they guarantee on the academy? So it is still there, but we're not observing them, not recognizing them. So Palesuzana went into the villages to find out is there any creativity in the villages, and we found a lot. Okay, move on. So what we talk is about can we provide opportunity to intellectuals or informal system? It's a new jargon you are not seeing. Are the intellectuals in informal system or no? We'll find out. We'll tell you what we know. If we can recognize them intellectuals like you all intellectuals, they also should get their due as per the law, and they don't know where to go. We have developed a system so that they are also good. Next please. Somewhere Kurian said, you know who is Kurian, Varghese Kurian? He said that the best model for India after established Amul, which is a corporate by itself in the 60s and 70s, he said the mix of modern and traditional technologies are the best way to take forward India. And but how do you know where is the traditional knowledge? Next. Now traditional knowledge, next please. Okay, you see this. This is the example of Korean, where the bullock cart traditional, no power. Then we have a barrels, 5 horsepower engine and 200 liters barrels to spray. Now with this power is not required because no pollution, no climate problems, and it is a 4 inches wheel, 4 feet height, crop loss is 0. But if you take any wheel or a tractor, crop loss is enormous. So this is what Korean said it. You like it? If you like it, you can clap for them, not for me. Okay. You know, I was told by some big man that whenever there is a good, you must appreciate. Otherwise, bad will take over. నేను మంచి పాట మాట్లాడదానికి చప్పలు కొట్టవచ్చు కదా మీరు ఓకే దెన్ అండ్ ఫర్ అప్రిషియేటింగ్ గుడ్ యూ షుడ్ బి లీడర్ నాట్ ఎ ఫాలోవర్ ఐ విల్ వెయిట్ ఫర్ సమ్మన్ టు క్లాప్ నో యూ లైక్ ఇట్ టు క్లాప్ ఇట్ ఇమీడియట్లీ యూ మస్ట్ బి లీడర్ దట్స్ వే రైట్ సో ఓకే నెక్స్ట్ చూసారు కదా ఎగ్జాంపుల్ విల్ మూవ్ ఆన్ నెక్స్ట్ సో టు నో ద విజ్డమ్ ఆఫ్ ద రూరల్ పీపుల్ వాట్ డు వీ గో టు దెమ్ ఆర్ దే కమ్ టు అస్ నాలెడ్జ్ హెస్ నో లెగ్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు గో టు దెమ్ జ్ఞానానికి కాళ్ళు లేవు. Then we'll find out. If you don't go, we lose it. That's what's happening today. Next. So I was talking about traditionally what happened. If you have patience, read it, but I've already told you about this. Next. So slowly, I think you are able to see it. This is coming in the way, right? So the slow individual excellence moved to institutional excellence, and institutional excellence there are barriers to enter. Degrees and exams, other things. And whoever goes, is really creative? We don't know, question mark. And those who are creative, can they go there? Not difficult. So we are in a Trishanku. That's why in the last 70-80 years, Indians' originality is not highlighted anywhere. Institutions are doing okay, but not the best. This is my observation. I'm older than you all. That they are not the best. But individually, we are very good. Very good. Next. Yeah. Okay. Reasons for why institutional. Next. Someone can help me. So today we call grassroots innovations, which are in the villages, what the creativity they do. We call it grassroots innovations. We talk about grassroots 1 and grassroots 2. Grassroots 1 is made by villagers at the village for village problems. This is grassroots innovations we call it. But some problems of villagers in the farm, non-farm, were also solved by colleges, labs and so many other places. That we call it separate category. Because they are totally different and they are different. Problems remain same but the approach is different. So today we talk about the grassroots GRA 1, grassroots innovations 1 today. Few of them introduced to you. Next. We believe that minds on the margin, economical margin. What margin? Economical margin. They cannot be marginal minds. We believe that villages are source, not sinks. Village means villagers. Source, not sinks. Our children are source but not sinks. Do we really think like that? As society, individuals, the family. Okay, next. So this is an organization we are working, and basically we walk into the villages, volunteer organization. to nurture creativity in the villages. It's a walk, get accepted, get talk to them, get the information from them and see how can we disseminate it to the beneficiaries. And basically we give them voice, visibility and velocity to the grassroots innovators. Yeah, next. So our journey has been excellent, excellent. All the color letters are intangibles. I was 60 years in my life, I was now 35 years, what not I did it when God has given a lot of opportunities. But never ever my journey for the last 20 years has been so marvelous. Okay, this is what I faced everywhere, me and my team. Amazing. They behave like humans, not engineers, not robots. Everybody behave like humans. But human to your interaction gives you happiness. Rest all is okay, but that's the best. That's my experience. If you want to have some experience, you can follow some of the Palestinian activities. Next. Now click, 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 click. 5 times. Yeah. This is the way we keep doing it for scouting onwards. We believe this is volunteers is the right person to, because on the job, if you are an employee, you will not be able to tell them, because why should a village man, unknown man share knowledge with you? You are unknown. Why should he share? Do you share? And to get the knowledge from them, we have to get accepted by them. And that onus is ours, not theirs. We have to get accepted by them. And that's where volunteerism comes. But if you want to go as an employee, he is not accepting me, you show you authority, he will not share with you. That's the way, that's our experience. And a lot of other things we have done. In these knowledge, if it is not documented properly, it cannot go to any other formal system. Do you have any formats for this? Has anybody trained how to document village knowledge? It can be mechanical, it can be herbal, it can be anything, any knowledge, handloom, fishery. We have any forms? So much knowledge we have, but we have not bothered to even create forms. And if documentation is not done, how will formal system accept it? If they don't accept, they miss all the fun, all the blessings. Next. Yeah, next. The block, okay, yeah. So next, move on. These are, next, they look like this, like us only. Next, next, next. Yeah, we have few women, but I believe, I'm sure you agree with me, that women are the best innovators, because every day they innovate so that Abbai, Ammai will be happy with her cooking. Every day she innovates. But we are unable to reach them because we don't have women volunteers. In the village, you cannot go and talk to men just like that. And if they come and talk in front of the men say, shut up, you don't know anything. So we miss them. We want more volunteers so that we can go for this. What is the meaning of grassroots innovations in their value, in the villagers' view? This is the way she is going up. There's a lot of concern, 4 people, she might fall down, old lady. But there is a small modification, a step and a handle. And from here, concern, there is happiness. From 4 people, it is 3 people. All can be done within the village. The problem is solved and happiness emerges out of it. That is the meaning of grassroots innovation. A pain has to be noted, observed, find a solution which they can do it. It can be applied, it can be enjoyed, and the happiness comes because the pain reduces, if not removes. This is the meaning of grassroots innovations and the purpose of innovation. I hope it's clear. I don't think we think like this. Thank you, thank you. Next. Yeah. Now go back. Click on the screen. Click on the screen. Put this. Yeah. Right. Walker has been made to us. Walker is 4 legs, fixed legs. Can it come up? It cannot. Man has to go up. We have to have help. Now, what kind of a design is this? So these people, one girl, Shalini, she said, why should I help my old grandma to go up the steps? She said, modify the walker. Front legs are made adjustable. You can go up, come down. So comfortable. You don't need people are not required to help them. Tell me one place in the house where one step is not there. But yet we have not designed, grassroots innovative design with knowing the problem, feeling the problem, and then solving the problem. That's the sequence they do. Do we? Ask yourself. Next. Click that, last one. Tirupati from Sierra, he made a climber. It's an amazing story of took a rod and made a Z shape and put it. In 2018, first time he displayed this. He's got design patent for this. And so wonderful. The cost of laying supply lines, cell supply lines has come down by 30%, my dear friends. Ye choti silent, this is simple innovation can cause so much advantage in the nation. Because he can go 100 times up and down, doesn't get tired. And safety is there. Then, as entrepreneurship, this is an unmet need. What is this unmet need? And when it came up in the market, by word of mouth, it went around. In first year, he sold 80,000 pieces in the hut in front of his house. Akkari, Bhavani, and he sold almost 1 crore plus. And he got international award. He went to Philippines, he got international award, $15,000 there. Why not? It addresses the pain of so many people. Efficiencies increases, economy increases, GDP contribution is there recurringly, right? And this man, when he got after 1 year, he comes to me, he says, sir, if I supply the whole world, it will take, I don't know how many years. So what do you want to do? So I want to make it open. He made 3 videos, 3 YouTubes, Telugu, Hindi, English, how to make this innovation and put it into open source. And everybody in the country are making and using it. He also getting his business, but that's the beauty of these innovators. Yep, okay, next. Now, click this. Click that, all 3. Now here, when the chemicals came to us in 1960s, when I was young, nobody told us how to spray it. Spraying left to the individual farmer, which is subjectivity. Because there is no measurement, and such a huge activity where we spend lakhs of crores, we are negligent about the last mile delivery. And if you put extra, it goes in the environment. If it is less, the plant doesn't get. So these people made methods, various methods. And this one, he comfortably do it all at home. First some quantity, second time double quantity. And this Pichaya made. Pichaya, we went to one village in Pocharam. He made this with a bottle and to control the quality, the location and control the quantity. He did with this bottle. It cost nothing, but it saved 35% of input cost for nothing like this. Now, we miss small things, but with that, the loss is enormous. And this guy in all sprays, click this, all sprays are in the front. You spray and walk in, you do it one day for 1 hour, you will be in the hospital in the evening, maybe immediately. But he saw the father's problems and Ganesh made spray in the rear. Same sprayer in the rear. And then to the farmers will be healthier and happier. Otherwise, for 1 acre, they have to make 16 tons. So much of unhappiness. So when we make innovation, safety is important. It has to be part of the life. It's not that somebody else will look into the safety. Next. Technology. But no version 2 has come so far. Somebody saw this and made 1:1 to 1:7 with taps. That is the beauty. Innovation can be so simple. Anybody who sees here can make it. You don't need drawings. But look at the enormous advantages of this. Yeah, next. This click chain spraying. We have 85% of people having less than a hectare. They can't afford to buy sprayers and power and solar. Now, for his 10 cents land, he made a modification himself and comfortably using the cycle rotation as a power to the thing. Now, is it not contributing to the environment? He's not using any engine, he's not doing anything. So we talk about eco-friendly. They don't know what is eco-ecology, but they're friendly to eco by design and a human role they play like that. So look at the power switch. This rod can go up and down depending on the height of the plants. Next. Now, school law, taps are one level, children are various heights. Anyangara. But have you ever raised your hand, raised your protest? We are very nice people, we accept everything. One girl made a noise and the principal made multi-level taps. It's about it. One girl comes for drinking water, she comes all the way, she drinks water at the right height and she turns back and says thanks. She feels gratitude. What are we teaching is samskar only. When you do something for society without asking for, you are building samskar in the generation. That's what this shows. And when she grows up, the girl, she will do similar things to next generation. Technology ante ala undali. Next. So they make this more from less for many principles, the nature's principle, Gandhiji, everybody said it. Input is less, output is more is the nature. Input is less, output is more. And your technology, input is more, output is less. Now the nature is additive, technology directive. Now you must take a good balance of these two. I'm not saying that only do MLM. You do it only when you know both of them. They exist. That's what our education children, you must tell them that there are two options available. Choose the best possible so the generations enjoy. That's what MLM principle is there. And it can be put in your life, in your job, in your employment, society, anywhere it can be used. Probably understand this. Nature. Vitram bedtam, chettu vastundi, aaku vastayi, pool vastayi, everything. That is more from less. And for many, purugulu, manshulu, pashulu, andar tinestai annamata. Understand this, the truth of the creation. Leverage that. Next. Click here. Click. This is I found in Assam, not near sea. And this is made of bongulu, rekulu, mekulu. Bamboo sheets and that's all. And when I asked him, Muhammad Gauss, the cost and he smiled. Sir, everything is available in the village. What cost? Now can you imagine a working windmill is made without cost? But that's true, my dear friends. That's true. It works. And this technology was taken to Kutch, from Assam to Kutch. Because Kutch, when they make salt, the salt water has to be brought from the bores. Pumping them, diesel carrying all the way through the deserts. That place was so difficult for the vehicles don't go there. It will carry on the shoulders. So when this windmill has gone, the little modification, now there's no diesel or pump electricity required there. Technology from where to where. Provided we identify this, then horizontally we can trade somewhere there. If we forget this, then we're carrying diesel only throughout the life. Next. Now this is what we see in our seeding. Ashok saw his mother whole day doing like this. Click the last one. Last one. So he made a small rod with a clip at the bottom. She puts the thing inside, puts the seed and bends like this. Clip opens, seed drops and lifts up, mud comes on it. Makes a hole, seed dropping, mud closing. And vertically, without bending, she does it. And the whole thing costs not even 200 rupees. You can use the old material also. And farmer saves at least 2000 rupees per acre. Because he doesn't need all. He does 1 acre one day. And how much a farmer, 1 acre you save 2000 rupees, 1 crore acres, 200 crores, 200,000 crores. That adds to the economy. More demand, more jobs. But which is contributing the silliest looking one. And it works not only 1 day or 1 acre, it works any number of acres, any number of years. So, but giving this, you are reducing the physical pain of all these women. You will, I hope somebody has done it. It's amazing work to bend and do it whole day. And they don't do it, you don't get food because they are providers, not consumers. And we must see them as providers. Okay, next. Yeah, we earlier used to have village transporters. They are not there now. So, what do they have? Tractor trailer is not a transporter. It can't be used by everybody. So, they have no transporter. Again, unmet need. We have done nothing. Nayak made a trolley 6 feet by 4 feet by 3 feet and carries 1000 kgs. And he did not make a prime mover. He said he made only this. It can be driven by any prime mover in the village. If we ask you to make a transporter, we make an engine and a trolley. That's the way we think. But they don't think like that. That's the way they contribute. Next. Any vehicle, click. Go back and click on the screen. Okay. Oh, just show it. Right. Now, what this man has did is, for Vida, which is two-wheeler, he used to push it to the farm. Now he added the trolley and sitting down and going. Look at the innovation to innovation. Now we can move around and carry things and also take the wheeler to the hall. So you give little to them, they add more and more. That's the way they make their life comfortable. Next, please. Handloom, there is a big work of legs, pedals. Every day they have to press pedals 6,000 times minimum. Pull the strings and put the spindles. Now, every time 25-30 kg load comes on this, and at some age they stop weaving. So Moda, the boy, made an electromechanical machine which is linked to the pedals. And that man has to only do the big toe, he has to press a small tab. There is no load coming on this. And now they can weave, this man has no legs, he put a switch there. Ladies, women, elders, anybody can do till their death. There is no problem at all. Today they do for 1 or 2 hours, then get up, take a rest and go. In about 45-50 years they stop weaving. That's the problem. And some weavers must be here, you can think about it. And now with this single phase supply, you can be fitted for pick looms, frame looms, any loom in the country, 28 lakh looms are there. All they can be continuously working, and look at the handloom industry production increases, quality increases, and people live without, with self-employment, not with created employment, right? Okay. Already 700 plus have been fitted, more in the offering now. Next. Click. To plant the small nursery plant, vegetable, tomato or anything plants, plantation, you have to again bend and do it. This man made a small tube, Vishwanath Raju, just see, just show them, that's all. He puts it, no, he puts it, somebody puts the plant, lifts it, that's all. Daily 10,000 plants they can do it. That's all. Next. Yeah, click. Now this is a way spray. We have given spray in the front. Look at so much. And 3 feet or maybe 10 feet at the maximum. That's all we have. And 1 acre, 16 times they have to make a trip. Now this boy made a vehicle, my dear friends. He's intermediate. He made a vehicle with a gearbox, engine and 3-wheel. And BTech automobiles cannot design a vehicle, design an engine. He made a vehicle and he takes it like this. It can go any cross country, anywhere. Just 10 seconds he'll show the things. And he ensures that the drum, 200 liters drum, will be filled by a pump, not by manual filling. So they can to fill it, and then this attachment it gives, and that's what it does. Look at the crop loss is 0. And so beautifully. We have not given such things to our villagers, thinking that, I told you, informal system are not ours. We don't have samvedana for them, they are different. There is no sensitivity for them. Yeah, next. Yeah, leave this. There is no credit in the village. Click the bottom right. There is no credit in the village, that's the way they go. It is again unmet need in the village. No cranes. Now the weights are increasing, infrastructure, everything is coming up. Now this boy made a crane which is fitted to the tractor, which is available in every village. And the green portion. It lifts 15 feet height and 1000 kgs. And the cost is 10,000 rupees. Can you believe? And if you, there are 6.5 lakhs villagers, is it not a good business for you to give one crane, one village? Is it not a business for MSME people to give such things, unmet needs to the villagers? You can do better than this, but don't make it costly. Okay, next. All this freebies, I think unmet needs should go as a freebies than other things. Okay. And most of the innovations we have seen, there is no post-sale management. Local technology, anybody can repair it. Whereas our innovations are post-sale management. There are lots of stress on society, logistics, and carbon emissions, all those things come up. But these innovations, they solve the problem, but post-sale management is almost 0. Next. Oh, okay. Yeah, there are sprayers. See, this you have seen already. This man sprays with the help of 3 feet, and this man rear, and this man 300 feet. What did he put the whole thing on the bun, increase input output, and took a pipe, and goes up 300 feet. What a game changer. People who can do 10 acres a day, you can do comfortably 2 people. But with this, you cannot do even 1 acre a day. It's so tough. So the productivity of the people improve when they give them comfort through technology. And the capacity should increase by technology. Look at the 3 feet to 300. We can't even dream of such courageous decision. And that's the kind of they do it. Next. This is mulberry. Mulberry, I didn't know till the machine is used by the people. With this machine, it cuts the mulberry leaves and bundles them and drops it. And these bundles are immediately taken to the silkworms. And they eat fresh and undamaged leaves immediately, and they are producing 30% extra silk. I didn't know this fact till farmers told me, sir, without changing our resources and input cost, just using the machine to cut them and freshly supply to insects, they enjoy the fresh food and give 30% extra. That is the power of technology, my dear friends. And when the silk increases the same cost, the cost of silk will reduce in the market. The benefit comes to us ultimately. Praveen from Sirsil has done it. He's becoming gaga whole country. In fact, he got patent in the process. He got from Malaysia, Thailand, we got calls. This is called G2G, grassroots to global, is possible. Provided you address the problems of the common problems of the people. And this is, I think, we'll be sending something to Malaysia now recently. Now, the tractor damages the crop, so Ramesh did change the wheels and put thin wheels. I've seen or noticed the same tractor, do you have the courage to take away the wheels and put other wheels? They have the courage and did it so beautifully, so that same tractor can do entire weeding process or what is the process in this without going for additional one. No crop damage, almost zero. Next. That's all that. Okay. Now, click. This is, this every village, even the town A and B also, they are having coconut drinking water. Very good, healthy habit. But we are throwing them out. Already Prabhakar, we told the problem, he made a solution. He puts them inside, two products come out. Cocoa pith and fiber. Fiber is sold 1,000 rupees a kg. Pith can be used, where all you can use it. Anywhere mulching you can use it. Even the midday garden also you can use it. This both, and we just have to, this is mobile, you can take it anywhere or you bring it there. You can make any capacity, big capacity, high capacity, depending on the, but look at the advantage. Firstly, the Swachh Bharat will be achieved. Secondly, the benefit of biomatter is used, reused and leveraged for the betterment of people. And pith always helps you in terms of agriculture. Amma gatti gottalu, mella gottalu. Okay. Not only products and services, we also have to give shade to the people who work in the sun. Whole day they work. 20 crore people work in the sun in this country. We say, I say, hota hai. We think there's no answer. But Shanmukha Rao, Mahbubad district, he said, no, let me give a shade. 10 feet, 2 poles, two wheels, and put it there, dry or wet. They work under this and move along with them. Some happiness. When they go home in the evening, they have dinner, smiling and with laugh with family. Isn't it equal to $1 trillion? Yes or no? Yes. Good, that's the way to look at it. Next. And I'm sure you observed, my dear friends, that all these innovations made by grassroots people, the emphasis was on the people and their pains. Not on technology, not on money. Tomorrow I'm going to meet Malaysian. He will tell you how he made it. He's identified the description of the pain of his mother. From there came the problem statement. Then he says, okay, I have to bring technology to reduce the pain of my mother. Then he went in search of technology, which is Nana Konedi, Amma Vadi. Affordability is important. Adaptability is important. Even technology search later. But basically, let's go back. People, when you emphasize on the people, focuses on the people till the delivery of innovation, then you will not make mistakes. But in between you go left, right and center and get into quotes or other things, you lose the focus on the people. Right? Next. Now the head loads. Now this Rajasthani girl made innovation. There the guy made a frame, put a plate 1 inch above, tied to the waist and shoulders, 80 kgs he puts on this. Where does the load go? Load goes to the body, which is a bigger area. And this girl, and all the 5,000 years, we are still struggling with the problem of head loads. Nobody found a solution till this boy found out. And this girl made a gadget with 2 rods, and this is size to her height, neck and head height. Then she moves inside, moves them inside. Now by moving inside, the frame lifts by a few millimeters. And the load from the rods comes onto the body. What have they done? Change the center of loading from head to the body. and we have not done for the last 5,000 years. These two people have done. You can have better things. Head load still going on for at least 30% of the population in this country. Very difficult terrains. You can design something new and give it to them so that they can all use it and reduce the problem of head load. Next. Yes, click. Kamareddy, Nagaswamy made transplanter. He said, power? No, I will pull it. You reduce the power, eco-friendly. Then four lines it comes up. Because the machine, it plants correct depth. Humans may make mistake. That's the way it goes on. And 50,000 rupees is selling against 1.5 lakhs of other things for medium and small farmers. There is a medium small farmer, you have medium small industry. You can always have collaboration between you two. Next. Yeah. Churner. What is Aravastha? The Tipra and Kalado. We used to use our feet. Those who are living the village understand. They dry the paddy, you churn them. So somebody made a solar-based churner. It can use every village you need it, everywhere you need it. You can make it better also, these things. Yeah. Next. Yeah, easy bound. This is also another great thing. You know, he can provide this, the rotates because a 2 feet head, only 2 feet head rotates and rotates a pump, and then the pump brings water up to 25-30 feet. No energy required. So he needs height, not height of 5 feet, just need 2 feet height. That available every 5 kilometers you find some. So that Nadi Pakkana Oddu Meeda aa bhoomulaki neelu వచ్చు. They are not being irrigated because there is no water there. So we need a dam, a check dam. No, he says every 3 kilometers, every 2 kilometers you can do it yourself, no energy required. Now this is what you all have to proliferate, manufacture and give it to people. And the affordable price, they all, so much craze will come. Water is available, heat is available, people are available, need is there. What is not there is makers of that. Pampa Srinivas has got a patent. Now he cannot start everything, it is available for people to take it up. Yeah, next. Hyacinth remover. This is made by Narsimha near Pochampalli, Muktapur. Now nobody in the world made this. All made a lot of chemical and other things, but it just pushes up, it cuts into small pieces and then it is put in the open to biodegrade or used for any other purpose. That's why. And this has gone to global again already. It gone to Kenya. It was identified by Prime Minister's office when we suggested. He has sent it as a gift from India for the Indian people to the gift to the Kenya people in 2022. And now there are 1,000 orders from there. Now look at that. This is problem there. Victoria Lake, Victoria Lake. 4 countries are surrounded. Everybody has a problem. The ships are unable to move. So that's where opportunities exist for you entire world. And this keep growing, so business will be green ever. Hyacinth will not stop someday. It keeps going. Next. So all the udaharans I've shown you, almost 20 or them, they all are. Do you agree they are all useful or not? Yes, sir. Yeah? So I need not show this style. They are useful, they have been ignored, and they need more and more to be used made by you and give it to the people so the entire country uses, entire world uses. What's wrong in it? But the pains of majority of the people will reduce. Today you are focusing on 30% people, 40% people, but they addresses 80% people. And when the people get less pain, less input cost, the benefit comes to all of us because we are the consumers, isn't it? And then the economy grows. Next. So, briefly, these innovations come because they see the problem first. We call it samvedana. If mother is sowing seeds, bending, the son saw it, saw the pain, internalized the pain. And what is the pain? Samvedana. Don't say empathy. Empathy is not a good word. Say samvedana. Emanali? Samvedana. Ammayilo unna mammalo unna pain is internalize cheskunna tarvata. Then he said, so much pain. He felt the pain. Then as a volunteer, he took up to solve the problem. Nobody gave him the project, nobody gave them money, nobody gave them anything. Volunteerism. Grassroots innovators were 2 important things. Samvedana, volunteerism, lekapothe no grassroots innovations come. And I go one step ahead, my dear friends. That scientists, engineers, if they don't have these 2, in addition to their technical qualification, they also cannot innovate. If they innovate, there's not innovation, something else, but not innovation in the correct sense. So these two have to be there despite your technical qualifications, and value system like emphasis on people, no post management, affordable excellence. Why affordability? Why 5-star culture? Are they not entitled to get excellence by affordability? We don't think like that. It doesn't make money for us. But what is wrong if they're born there? We must take these grassroots innovations, factor in affordable excellence, not affordability. Now that's a beautiful value system they have. Of course, that after interconnectedness, soil doesn't work alone. పంచభూతాలు ఉంటిగా పనిచేయలేవు. వాటికి నీళ్లు కావాలి, ఎండ కావాలి, గాలి కావాలి, మనుషులు కావాలి, పురుగులు కావాలి, విత్తనాలు కావాలి. So the interconnectedness is there. Are you aware of this? No, they are aware of interconnectedness. Therefore, the innovations are perfect. We don't know. We have to learn from all these things. And of course, diversity. 126 agri-zones in this country. Nature is customized, technology standardized. In the gap undi. But we make one place and they supply the whole country. It will work. Right. And of course, they have a lot of ethical responsibility, and that's why the lifestyle is important. They don't consume more than required. Appropriateness is a very good word they have. And lifestyle changes, climate resilience comes. If అన్నీ వస్తుంటే లైఫ్ స్టైల్ మారిపోతుంది కదా, క్లైమేట్ ఎఫెక్ట్ తక్కువ అవుతుంది కదా. నెక్స్ట్, నౌ దిస్ ఇస్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్. Sustainable development goals are set by UNO, but these guys, without knowing anything, every innovation addresses all 4 of them or one of them. Today SDG addresses, we ask for money. Please give us money, we'll address SDGs. That's the power of our grassroots creativity, my dear friends. All it addresses, claim it. Tell the whole world how people are doing it. You can do only when you know grassroots innovations. You search for them. Yeah. Next, please. Now, some Palace was enough for last 20 years, voluntary organization. We could do the small things. In the knowledge in the Gramallo, Japan, figures spectacular. They got 86 patents and some more in the Sadhukon Valley patents, presidential awards, plus even turnover is no less, 22 crores in the last 4 years, 4 or 5 years. Yeah. And production facilities, even Gramallo start chesaru. Next, please. And just see, ready for sale in 89 are being sold now. దానికి మనం ఏమంటాం, వెలిడేషన్ అయిందా, టెస్టింగ్ అయిందా, అక్కడే మునిగిపోతున్నాం మనం. మన ఊళ్ళో చేత ఉండేది, ఎవరు వెలిడేట్ చేశారండి దాన్ని? సేఫ్టీ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ కాదా అది? ఎవరు వెలిడేట్ చేశారు? గుడ్డలు ఎవరు వెలిడేట్ చేశారు? ఊళ్ళో కావాల్సినవి కూడా మీరు ల్యాబ్లో వెలిడేట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర స్పెసిఫికేషన్స్ లేవే, రెఫరెన్సెస్ లేదే వాళ్ళ దగ్గర. సో వీ మస్ట్ గివ్ ఇట్ టు ద కమ్యూనిటీ, the beneficiaries, let them say yes or no. కానీ మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చేస్తే మాత్రం అది అక్కడే ఉండిపోతుంది, కాస్ట్ పెరుగుతుంది కూడా, అఫోర్డబిలిటీ రాదు. సో ఇలాంటి చిన్న చిన్న విషయాలు ఆలోచించండి. నెక్స్ట్, ఫర్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. నెక్స్ట్, అగైన్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్, దట్స్ ఎ పాసిబిలిటీ. యా. And so many awards these people got, hundreds of awards. What our volunteers did is download all the awards and file for all. Keep on filing, all volunteers. And so many awards have come. Name an award, regional awards, state awards, district awards, international, national awards. They all got it because innovation is so beautiful. I'm sure you appreciated them. Now we go for Chinnaswada Yatra. Next one is on 11:30. 3 days walk for 60 kilometers. We go to unknown people, unknown path, unknown context, unknown agenda. ఇప్పుడు ఉన్నారా అన్నోళ్ళ బతికారు ఎప్పుడైనా? This is where we go to learn from the people, identify the innovations. That's why we do. And they keep telling, we make ourselves zero. మేము అల్లరి చేసుకొని వెళ్తాం, ఓన్లీ లిజన్ అండ్ లర్న్. There we found all these things in the Telugu state, so many of them. Next. Now the impact I listed out, but I don't know, shortage of time. I'm not reading out, but you understand all this gives you. Everything is positive. There are no negative in the grassroots innovation. I have not found them. ఎవరికైనా హాని చేసింది, నష్టం చేసింది ఎక్కడ వెళ్ళలేదు నేను. రైట్. నెక్స్ట్. Now the macro impact is a lot in this. Now they focus on the problem around them because people outside do not know the problem. If you address your problems, the quality of solution is better. That's why I say research and development should be in proximity to the user అంటాం మనం. అందుకే మన వాళ్ళు కమ్మరి వీళ్ళందరూ సైంటిస్టులు, వాళ్ళు అక్కడే ఉండి అక్కడే చేసేవాళ్ళు. But today we take it away from the far away the R&D, and the sensitivity to the problems is reducing. I hope you appreciate this. So these people stay there and do it. And of course, all this consumption, operating cost, sustenance, I told you more from less from me, all this automatically come up, which will have a macro effect in the national economy. Slowly, gradually, you may not be able to see it immediately. Next. Now, I got 4-5 slides only for today. I want to start M to V. G to G, B to B, and slogan M to V. MSME to villages. You can give a better one. That's a huge order, huge. So MSME, M to V is something where you see opportunities. There are innovations, there are problems, there is a market. Unmet needs are there. That's what you need. You need a supply and demand. The demand exists, and every innovation they make is not a waste. It addresses one pain of society. Grassroots innovations, well, they don't have time to waste. There is nothing without a market. But market may not be in one village or one district, it will be little spread over. So I want you all to do this, and so much opportunity. Then we have, I told you, grassroots global. Africa and South Asia is a great market in the villages for these innovations. We get a lot of queries, but we don't know how to handle it. Because the villagers don't know how to handle it. You have to come in between, become a good connectivity. Transfer of technology or do it here. There's so much available here. Don't go one product, take 50 basket of products, and something will keep going in this. And that's possible to do with less investment. And I don't know whether you're aware of techpedia.in. This is started about 15 years back, techpedia.in, where projects of all the colleges are uploaded there. And industry MSME can put in their problem. Then somebody will take it as a project. You can see the projects and take the project as your, which solves your problem. And you can upload it also. So it's a beautiful platform where you can know what is happening in the various colleges. It may suit your MSME, or you can also ask your questions that they will solve. Then Palle Sutana, NIFindia.org, then Gyan, so many people are, there's a lot of database of hundreds and hundreds of innovations are available which are useful to the people across the country. All database is freely available, and some of the data is free, but if you want to get into things, there is a technology agreements have to be done, that can be case by case. And lastly, my dear friends, you are aware of it, there are thousands of patents released after expiry, thousands of them, and there is a link, you can call me, I'll tell you later, that provides you all those things. In America, 20,000 patents were released after expiry, and they are all available for you to make it free of cost. Just take it and do it. And all of them were sold all over the world, so therefore there is a market for them. Like what is generic medicine? Expiry of patent is generically you are making it low cost. Exactly, technologically, so many available. The link is, you can find the Google or call me up, I'll tell you that link. And more than 10,000 odd expired patents are there. All there's a source for your activity. And that's the way we can make, use existing data and go for things, have one or two products, have innovative products, go for the product existing. Of course, innovation is always out of the day. Next, please. Grassroots innovations and patent, they go together? Do they? All the innovation, do they deserve patents or no? Yes or no? Yes. Yeah. But they're so simple that replicability is so easy. How to protect the patent? Is it possible to protect? Can the villager go and fight for defend it? Look at the court cases we heard in so many court cases. How to handle this issue? We have to handle it. Who will handle it? If patent is important, they must get it. How do they protect it? We develop a mechanism for it. Don't say that patent situation will move up to score. We can't. The second thing is language. Today patent is English language. I don't understand patent, though I read English, but I don't understand the way you've written. Amazing depth you go and some other things, although may be required, may not be required, but it is absolutely Latin to me. How about grassroots innovations? They can't read it, they can't understand, they can't answer in Hindi or English, or only English. So there is a big gap existing. And unless you try to fill the gap, they are always denied patents. But still we managed to get patents, but for them patent is, morning patent is a Gaurav. It's a great honor by the nation giving them that you are a brilliant guy, your intellect is recognized. ఆ గర్వం కోసం ఆ కుటుంబానికి ఊరికి గర్వం కోసం వాళ్ళు తీసుకుంటాం కానీ వాళ్ళు ఏదో ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేస్తారు డబ్బులు సంపాదించుకుంటారని కాదండి. Even that is important. I think that's first thing is honor to you, honor to your family, next is money, fame, blah, 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 blah. అలా ఉంటే పేటెంట్కి విలువ ఉంటుంది. సో వీళ్ళకి ఎలా ఇవ్వాలి అనే ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి, చాలా చేస్తున్నారు. శ్రీనివాస్ గారు పేటెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు, మల్లేశంకి రేపు వస్తున్నాడు అని. సో దేర్ ఇష్యూస్ హీ నోస్ better than anybody else from the patent. But it has to address it, reduce so that the life will become easier and the privilege also goes to Indian Charcha. Chape Charcha must have, so that how to get this done, healthy debate can be there. Next. So lastly, my dear friend, thanks for patience, is Chapalottakandi. When we see a problem, firstly we don't know how to see a problem. We only see this is so good, this is so good, this is so good. The pain behind it, none of us see it. We have no habit of seeing it. Danto pain arpinga. If we don't understand the pain, Samvedana doesn't come. If Samvedana doesn't come, innovation doesn't come. Innovation doesn't come, we remain average people. You must learn to observe the pains around you. Intlo, vakitlo, veejlo, jillalo, deshanlo. Observe the pains. And when you see the pain, take a step forward to reduce the pain, if not remove the problem. And that is possible for all of us to do it. 10%, 20%. Observe the pain, reduce the pain. That's what we have to do. All of us grassroots innovators do with nothing with them. Still they do it. I think we are blessed people who can do much more, so let's do it. Okay, last. Thank you very much now. You are welcome to talk to me anytime. I leave my visiting cards here. You can talk to me, Pallisudana, you can come anytime. Any suggestion, anything, what information you have, freely share with you. And patents we have to do, that also you can undertake for the grassroots innovations wherever you want to do it. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a wonderful session, and you get the real insights from rural India, how they are doing grassroots innovations. It's simple, but you have to be observing things, understand. Thank you very much for coming to the program, and so thank you very much once again, for coming to the program. I think we can break for lunch. It's already past 1:30, and after that we'll continue. We'll be back over here, 2:50. Yes, once.
I want you to meet a very important person, Rajeshwar Prasad garu. Rajeshwar Prasad garu, ready. I want you to meet him. Konja lunch lo tinevaal Mohammed petteseyandi ante. Yeah? Yes. Rajeshwar Prasad garu Warangal lo untaru. Warangal lo untaru. నాకు ఒక 10 ఏళ్ళుగా మిత్రుడు. ఆయనే he has got 90 patents on his name. 90. And under 50 odd in the process, right? ఇంకో 50 ప్రాసెస్లో ఉన్నాయి. పేటెంట్ అంటే భయం ఏమిటండి? నేను చూస్తే భయంగా ఉంటుందా? శ్రీనివాస్ గారు ఈజ్ ద వన్ హూ హెల్ప్డ్ ఇన్ డూయింగ్ ఇట్. నౌ on my behalf, I just wanted to honor him on behalf of all of you. Can I do that, please?
Leveraging government support and schemes for innovation and IP by Dr. Zaharullah, Chief Innovation Officer, Atal Incubation Center from Ali V Hub. I request Dr. Zaharullah to please take over the stage.
Hello. Good afternoon to all the participants. Today we are going to see how one can leverage the government schemes and various grants available for the innovators and also the IP enthusiasts. Here we have various schemes and grants available, and let us see and understand what is innovation and understand how innovators can leverage the resources available. Let us understand that how the innovators can access these schemes and grants, and let us see some case studies. Let us see what are the opportunities that you have in our country, and especially the ministries, various ministries giving you excellent opportunities in giving you the grants and schemes. So this is what the talk of the today. And with this, I would like to start first of all with the innovation. So what is an innovation? If you ask the question to yourself, what is an innovation? So definitely various answers will come in your mind. That innovation is this, innovation is an idea, innovation is a method, innovation is a new kind of idea, or innovation is the one which will change the lives of the people. So various answers are there. But one picture will show you the clear difference between innovation and invention. Invention of an wheel and innovation of that particular wheel into any kind of application that you utilize and you perform and you make it happen. So that is referred as innovation, and this picture clearly specifies that. Next. People will speak about innovations a lot because the indicative factor for innovation is a patent, a IP. One can say IP, intellectual property. So innovation definition in terms of its classification with respect to 4 categories is very much important to know and understand, because various factors are associated with that. One factor is that there are some limitations, there are some discussions made by the IP experts, made by the innovators, and they will generally, they come up with a particular a good capacities, a good intellectuality, and they say that the innovation or the invention made is the ultimate one, no doubt in fact, but still there is some kind of differences that it speaks. It is nothing but the 4 types that we generally classify. It is incremental, it is radical, it is disruptive, and it is sustainable innovation. For example, if you are talking about an manufacturing of a refrigerator is there for a long time, and refrigerator, the same principle we are using, and if you just modify the external features of a refrigerator, the general refrigerator which we use in our homes, if you modify the external features of that, then it will become an incremental innovation. The same refrigerator, if you see nowadays, it is being equipped with many features like artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. These 2 features were given to the existing refrigerators, and you can remotely monitor the refrigerator, and inside the mechanism of the refrigerator, one can able to see through a camera, right? By standing in the supermarket, and you can look into refrigerator and what are the things that you have to buy or not, that you can decide. So now this type of artificial intelligence and IoT based innovation is referred as radical innovation, because we are into industry 4.0 technology, and there would be some sales. Now if you look into these two criteria, incremental and the radical innovation, this is not something like a big eureka. Okay, it is not equal to MC square kind of invention. And still, if you take 3 to 4 human beings, at least 3 human beings can make this kind of innovations. So the patentability and the patent process will also adhere to the same conditions of this type of innovations. Now I will introduce a special kind of innovation which is referred as disruptive innovation. The disruptive innovation is the one which replaces the whole activity. Previously we used to have the automobiles on IC engines, internal combustion engines, 2-stroke, 3-stroke, 4-stroke engines. And now it was totally replaced by the EV vehicles, electric vehicles. The electric vehicles are the one which has totally replaced the concept of IC engines. There is a huge engine sitting in front of your, the vehicle, in front of your vehicle, and you carry that. But now the space is totally vacant. Just the below, the back end of the axle, you will find an inverter-based battery, and then the very simple technology with a battery system, inverter-based system, lithium-ion batteries, and propelling and making the axles to run. 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, 2-wheelers have different, the electric vehicle mechanism. So now the scenario has been changed. Now this is called as disruptive innovation. If you make such innovation, then it is the ultimate one with a patentability factor, where it gives you a lot of value to your patent, and in fact a good royalty, or you can say you can sell it in the market at a large extent. So this is what the innovation, disruptive innovation speaks. Now we have sustainable innovation. Sustainable innovation is nothing but the one which will persist in the market for a long time. It has to be there in the market. So we have many examples like that. So if you have to make innovation or a new kind of product, it has to have a sustainability in the market. It should persist in the market for a long time. For example, iPhones are there in the market. If a new version of iPhone comes in the market, people will buy that. There will be a large queue, whatever the rate may be. So year on year, there are new versions of iPhones that are being released with an excellent features with respect to security, privacy, and processor. That is what iPhone ensures. That's why people buy iPhone, and there will be a huge demand for this product. Likewise, you can take n number of products which are having sustainability in the market. So make such a product that has sustainability in the market, and it also integrates the radical innovation, and it also integrates the disruptive innovation. So the sustainable innovations are the combination of these three, we can say. So this is how you can able to do it. So these are the types of innovations. Next. So if you ask me where are we? So we are in the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. Our world has seen the first revolution, industrial revolution, with steam, second one with electricity, and then third one with computers. Now we are in the AI era. It is called as Industry 4.0, and Industry 5.0 is about the quantum technology. Quantum and robot is combined. Next. Can go to next. So we have the 4th industrial revolution in terms of physical and biological both. Like you have Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, gaming, cyber security. You have augmented reality, virtual reality, and blockchain technology, gaming industry, 3D printing technologies. These are all constitute the Industry 4.0 technologies. Now we have in biology now the high level genome sequencing methods, and also a very good number of methods that will replicate anything and gives any kind of living organism instantly. And people are going ahead in terms of diagnostics like anything. They are chasing the diseases and finding the solutions, perfect solutions for the diseases to diagnose and treat them. So this is what in the present area we are going with. So now, is it visible to you? Am I blocking this or shall I go that side? Fine. So if you asked me, I think we'll use the, if it is better if you can tell the cameraman to cover this area also. Camera to be turned this side. So now let us look into the MSMEs. In MSMEs you have several segments in which you can look for innovation, and you can go for patenting, you can go for trademarks, you can go for trade secret, you can go for industrial design, you can go for geographical indication. So starting from the raw material up to packaging, we have several options. You can innovate in raw material. Nowadays, most of the people are coming with the food processing industry, and they are making different formulations out of food, and you can patent that. So raw material innovation. And if you take in production, so people are coming to us, innovators, who are looking for new processes in terms of manufacturing, in terms of machinery process, in terms of machinery equipment upgradation. So most of them are coming to us in terms of the machinery innovations. Now the present era is not like previously before 10 years back. So now it has been changed. We are observing innovations in machinery also, in terms of the batch production and also continuous production lanes. You take any industry, you take electronics, manufacturing. Now we are in-house building robots. We are building robots for manufacturing, right? We have one startup who have displayed outside. Its name is MOME, M-O-M-E. They have come up with their sister company by name Simmer, S-I-M-M-R. So we happen to support the company. They have come up with an robotic arm, and that arm will participate in any kind of applications, whether it may be in health sector, whether it may be in automobile sector, whether it may be in the health sector, or it may be in the food industry. So that is the purpose of the robot, hand robot. So we are addressing the new processes in production lane, in the industries, and we are seeing number of startups coming to it also. Next. So we have lot of the applications, lot of opportunities you have in certain technologies, in electronics, in IT. I will cover some slides with respect to electronics and IT. Okay, so we have embedded systems. Most of the innovations are going in embedded systems. Embedded systems are part and parcel of ATM machines. In ATM we use embedded systems. In washing machines we use embedded systems. So we have still the opportunity is there, and it goes on forever mostly, because these are the fundamental topics or the subjects that one has to learn and know, and then can do innovation. Okay, so we have Bluetooth mesh technology also. We have optical fiber technologies. We have the cloud technologies. We have database management, where we are seeing a lot of clouds integrated with artificial intelligence. Most of the applications and startup companies are coming to us with these innovations. I cannot give you particular example because of the confidentiality, but still what I can say is I am here to give you the latest information of what is happening in India. So we have access to most of the startups and innovators in India. So that's the reason I can able to give you a good information, the latest and trending information I can say. So now we have a lot of the areas one can do the research. If you don't have any background, you can collaborate with the innovator, and then you can come up with your own innovation. Remember this point. So we have most of the innovations are coming into RFID and also NFC, radio frequency identification, and also the near field communications, where you use just a card and then access it within a range of 10 meters, very small range, and still you can use RFID antennas and sensors, and then you can do it in terms of any kind of application. So people are now very much using the RFID cards in terms of their debit cards, credit cards, and now into the supermarket, in supermarkets, or you name it. So we have the utilization of these cards made out of the RFID and NFC. Next. So we are observing excellent innovations in terms of space, in terms of defense sector, in terms of electronic component manufacturing, with all these different areas, I can say. We have innovations and startups coming out of the wireless communications, in radar systems. In radar systems, most of the defense sector, where defense sector is giving some challenges. Okay, we have the defense challenge separate portal, DASC. If you surf that, the website DASC, then you can see a lot of problem statements, and it is open to all. They will give a maximum of 1 crore of grant, and you can do manufacturing innovation and then manufacturing. So this is what the DISC challenge of defense sector, DASC, defense sector DISC challenge, and so they will give you the grant amount. So this is what the opportunities that you can see in defense sector. Now we are, as India is closely dependable upon several countries like Israel, USA, and China and South Korea on various components, manufacturing and importing them. But for the last 3 to 4 years, we have stopped, and there are about 300 companies directly manufacturing defense components in India, based out of the electronic, the innovations. So we are addressing, and also we are observing most of the startup companies coming out of this within several innovations. Next. So we have the latest technologies. In fact, this is almost 4 to 5 years old technology. So where one can able to connect through blue mesh technology, and then you can operate any device and you can monitor any kind of factor. Next. So we have the very age old now, 25 to 30 years, I can say 40 years now. We are into the embedded systems for a longer time, and still it is running out. If anybody have alternate technology instead of embedded systems, you are welcome and you can work upon. This will become a disruptive innovation. Next. So biosensors are taking place, and they are after COVID, they are into in a high range. Most of the the innovations and startup products are coming to us in this area, where just you have to analyze the compound with the help of a transducer, an amplifier, and then you have to detect through your device. Now the devices are again connected with AI and IoT, and you can able to see most of the the wrist watches are coming up with such kind of features. Next. So in solar we have still till to date most of the schemes are available in solar technologies, where now we are observing the maintenance of the solar PVC panels, photovoltaic cells require maintenance. In the huge installations which goes up to 500 megawatt capacity, they require maintenance in terms of cleaning and dust cleaning. So we have startups who are coming with a robot that will clean. The robot will be attached to the panels, and then it will clean the panels automatically. So this is how the startups are coming with such kind of products to us. And next. So the best and most of the technologies that we are seeing is into text to video, video to text. So the artificial neural networks are taking place, and it is the deep framework and the machine learning and the artificial intelligence. These three are taking a great step now, and we have already entered into a new era of seeing various products from artificial neural networks, the NLP, natural language processing, and then the various forms of innovations we are observing. Various startups are coming to us. Next. So this is one example for the blockchain technology, where the certificate authentication can be done. Generally, we suppose there is a certificate available. The certificate is designated with one hash code. That hash code is designated to one key, public key, and that is connected to the block. Block is a server. It is with a unique code written, and then it cannot be tampered once you are written. So that is how your certificate authentication goes. No any cyber crimes will happen. So blockchain technology is again taking its position in most of the areas. You talk it may be health sector, maybe food sector, maybe supply chain also, even in transport. So we have seen blockchain technology based innovations coming to us. Next. So basic structure of a drone. Now the drones have already occupied the entire the world, and now the drone based customized applications we are seeing from most of the innovators. This general structure of a drone, which has a battery, which has a motor, which has a sensor, antenna, and propellers. So based upon which, if you make the innovation of a drone in terms of its payload, if it can lift off 100 kg capacity of any payload, and if you can make such a structure indigenously innovated by you, then it can be patented. So that is how you have to work upon, provided that it should have a good programming also. So now very less programming, or you can say the non-programming based softwares are also available, and one can able to do the programming on your own. The innovator can able to do. That is what I mean to say. Next. So we have the most of the IPR information is available. IPR knowledge is available to everybody. Now easily you can access what is the process of an IP and how you have to file it. In fact, just I have given you the glance of it, including the semiconductors, which was not there previously. In fact, we added after a decade and then before a decade. And now in 2023, it was clearly stated that 64,400 applications, patent applications filed by India, where 10 years back it was just 6,000 applications. Now, today, as on today, if you look, our global innovation index, we have reached 39th position in the world. Our innovators are being recognized globally, and we reached this place, 39th place, from 150th place. This happened very, very quickly and fastly. So this is what and where we are. So, in fact, now there is always a challenging task for the IP people, that is IP infringement. Okay. So being the IP professional, what I can say, like I have been, I was a professor of IP. I taught for a decade, and in fact I happened to do facilitated 200 patents in biopharma sector. And after practicing that, I found the innovations that are happening are incremental innovations, not that much radical innovations, just what I told you. So it is very important that you should know incremental innovations it is just another idea. Okay, it is an add-on value to the existing product, but you have the limitation. The incremental innovation will give you a micro scale industry, and it will give you certain revenue generation, certain turnover of your company, but not the large chunk of the turnover. You can reach up to 1 crore of your turnover. After that, you have saturation level in the incremental innovation based products. I am seeing you. Okay, then you cannot find because it is another idea. Okay, so where you have the highest growth is nothing but the radical innovation, and where you will find the high chunk of revenue generation to your company, because nobody can do that innovation except to yourself. Okay, so nobody can make an EV based engine. In fact, at the first time when it was introduced, I am saying, now you can make it, but 20 years over, any patent was given 20 years of maximum time. After that, you can, it will be kept open and in the database. It may be PCT, it may be the IP India, or anywhere in the world, in the European Union. So it will be made available 20 to 25 years max. and then after that you can go for the manufacturing. Next. So tech transfers and commercialization, this is what, the India is there for you with a lot of resources. So I have been in my previous talks to most of the forums. I usually say that we have a lot of resources in India. People don't know how to utilize them. So to utilize the already available innovations, you have to reach a technology transfer departments, and then you have to discuss with them. We have about 550 R&D research centers in India. So you have to go to their technology transfer department and then discuss what technology that you are looking for, and then buy that, take royal license of that. So they will, they will sell you the technology for a period, and then you can go into the manufacturing, and then you can go into the public by taking your product to the customer. So this is what you can do through technology transfer departments. So we have various departments. APTCD is there, NRDC is there. NRDC is very popular in terms of giving most of the awareness in technology transfer, and also access to the technology transfers, various technology transfers of various sectors. You talk about the electronics, you talk about food sector, so various sectors technology transfers you can get. TIFAC is there, BCL is there, TBS is, SIDBI, and National Biopharma Mission. They have established 7 technology transfer offices in life sciences sector. So you can access any of these technology transfer departments, and then you can get any of the technologies, go for the manufacturing of any product of your choice. Next. So so now this is a special slide which I have kept for IP sector. Now for IP sector, artificial intelligence is a boon again. We are into changing the transformation of our systems. Okay, so previously, when some 50, 30, 60 years back, when people saw computers, they are totally threatened, and then they felt like it is something going to happen to their jobs. But there is another side of the coin always, and artificial intelligence entered even into IP because we have more documentation. If you look into IP search, IP process, we have to perform prior art search or patentability search. During that process, you have to access the database of the various IPs filed in the country. So to make the process efficient and more to be present in front of you in the form of a very good summary, so artificial intelligence is being used. Now we have startups with us, even the startups to whom we are nurturing, myself is mentoring. So where most of the IP documents, law related documents, even the judgments which have come from the courts, high courts, supreme courts, so they are being converted into vernacular languages, conversion of them, translation of them through AI tools, platforms being done by our startup companies, and innovators are doing that. And even you can look around for patent of those IPs, where you can do an IP for such kind of processes also. Design of that algorithm, designs, IP in terms of designs, industrial designs, you can take industrial designs. So likewise, we are seeing the AI advent into the intellectual property. Next. So we have this wonderful scheme, MSME Innovative IPR scheme. Through this scheme, so the IP advisory, consultation and patentability search, and also they give you a lot of mentoring advices and makes your IP to be filed, wherein the reimbursement would be given to the innovator in terms of patents. There is a certain value for international patents that would be done by you, that is PCT. There is certain amount. For trademarks, there is certain amount, and for design and GI also there is certain amount. So this was introduced. Okay, right. So is it visible? Right. Go to the next slide. Yeah. So now in 2023, so this was right, fine. I have covered this, but there is one point, India issued 1 lakh patents in 2024. So we have issued 1 lakh patents in the year 2024. We crossed now and we reached it to almost 1,16,000. It is going on. Okay. So I happened to receive the updates from the Controller General of Patent Designs and Trademarks. Okay, the apex body of our intellectual property in India. Okay, Controller General of Patent Designs, CGPD TM trademarks. So that's the body. And if you look here, we have in 4 major cities we have patent offices. In Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, Delhi, we have the patent offices, and even the trademark registry offices also. Next. So what are the government scheme supports that we get for innovators? Am I okay? Is it understandable? Is it okay now? Right? So I will complete quickly because of time, short time. So now we have various schemes. Atal Innovation Mission AIM seed fund of about 25 lakhs one can able to get. Any startup, any innovator can able to access this fund, and they can show that they have the innovation. The innovation should be accompanied with the patent. At least there should be the patent filed, and the patent provisional patent should be allotted to the startup company or the innovator. So we can give you up to 25 lakhs of debt funding. It is called as Atal Innovation Mission Seed Fund. Next one, we have Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. Very popular scheme, Startup India Seed Fund Scheme of Government of India, prestigious of the Prime Minister Office, works under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. This scheme gives up to 50 lakhs of seed fund, and one can access this fund by applying through online. There is a preference of incubators would be given. There are about 150 incubators. You have to select 3 incubators and then apply for them, and then you have to pitch yourself. Any business, irrespective of innovation, it can be given. If there is innovation, it is well and good. Okay, that is Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. And we have the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, TIDE, Technology Incubation for Development of Entrepreneurs 2.0 scheme. It has 3 components, 4 lakhs, 7 lakhs, 40 lakhs. These 3 grants in the form of grants, it is available. So for idea to proof of concept, you will get 4 lakhs. For proof of concept to prototype development and product development, you get 7 lakhs. From product development to market reach, you will get 40 lakhs. These are the 3 different types of grants. Now we have Nidhi. Nidhi TST is another scheme. I will give details more about Nidhi. Go to next slide. So now Type 2.0, as I told you, 4 lakhs, 7 lakhs and the 40 lakhs grants are available. And any technology in Industry 4.0 technologies, whether it may be the IoT up to artificial intelligence or the augmented reality, virtual reality, you are open for any innovation and you can apply this scheme. Okay, so that is Type 2.0. The call would be open twice or thrice a year. You have to contact the incubation centers. Next, we have Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. So under proof of concept, prototype development, market reach, that is to make the product trials in the market, you will be given this scheme. I already told you about it. Next. So we have MeitY Genesis new scheme. This scheme is for the Generation Next support for the innovative startups, for the deep technology startups. Suppose you have a very deep technology. Now suppose you are working on the algorithm of artificial intelligence and you want to write a new algorithm. You want to make a new ROS. What is ROS? Robotic Operating System. ROS. You are making a new one. Then you will be given this scheme. So under this we have as of now 10 lakhs of EIR, Entrepreneurship in Residence. And there are 3 more schemes under this which were not yet announced. That is nothing but pilot funding startup, investment support, deep tech funding. We came to know that it would be around about 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs and 1 crore. That is what the highest grant that would be given to any innovator. Now the main focus is into Type 2, Type 3 cities. So if you are a grassroots level innovator, if you are a the grassroots level innovator or a social entrepreneur, even you can apply. Okay, so this is what this scheme ensures. Next one. So we have AM Seed Fund. I already covered this. The up to 25 lakhs. Next one. So we have this national initiative for developing, harnessing the innovations Nidhi, where AR is there. It is given as a stipend, 30,000 per month, and it is giving Prayas also, which is promoting, accelerating young and aspiring innovators and startups. Up to 10 lakhs we will give, and we have Nidhi Triple S, which is maximum of 1 crore that would be given. So that is seed support system. Next one. We have HDFC Parivartan grant available with some of the incubators up to maximum of 15 lakhs. There should be a contribution amount that you have to put about 15 lakhs also, equivalent amount, 50%. Next. So we have MSME Idea Hackathon, very famous scheme, 15 lakhs up to maximum, and it is also available with the MSME. Actually, Ministry of MSME is the one which will give this. So we have next one. Yeah, Barak grants are there for licenses people. Most of the Barak grants are very well structured and established for a long time. Big grant is very famous, 50 lakhs. And then we have DAPP scheme, we have SBRI scheme, and then we have PACE scheme. Different innovators at different stages would be given. Up to a maximum of 2 crores of grant would be given. So each and every grant has well structured in a way to support the licenses based startup and innovators, because generally their products will not come easily into the market. They have to do number of trials. Next one. So where you have to go for innovations and the any kind of support, you have to go to the incubators and accelerators. There are about some 5,000 incubation centers are there in India. You have to approach them, go and then discuss with them about your innovation. You need not worry about your confidentiality because they sign the NDA, CDA, and then you can discuss openly, and then they will give you. Next. So DPIT also mentioned the startup means there should be innovation compulsorily, then it should be a registered company, private limited, LLP, or a partnership also. Next. So we have the role of startups in where startups are the companies which will give you jobs, which will create economy, support the economy, which will also performs your own individual growth. Next. So we support the startup companies, and incubation centers are the one which will give you a very good support, where they will make you 2 things. One is they will reduce your failure, reduce the failure, okay, and also they will give you a good shoulder to get your dreams coming true. Okay, so that is how the incubators help you. Next. Go to next. Next one. So we are actually Atal Incubation Center, ELIC. We are also supporting the startup companies. We are supporting 150 startup companies as of now. So we give complete support to the startups through our pre-incubation, incubation and acceleration programs. Next one. Just I will show you a glance. We select the startups through a jury. Next. Then we run the pre-incubation program and incubation program. Next. So we have the facilities for prototyping, product manufacturing. Innovations can be done by using our machinery. Next. Next. So we have a lot of facilities with us. Next. Next. So we have technology transfer and IP cell also with us. Next. So we do a lot of programs, mentoring sessions. Next. 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 Yeah, we have this intellectual property facilitation center for startups, first time established, where the CGD PDM himself have inaugurated our IPFCS for startup companies. Next. We have IP attorneys with us, 30 IP attorneys, IP agents with us as a pool, and we give access to our innovators and startup companies. So that is the service we give as an incubation center. Next. So we have our partners in IPR across India. Best IP partners are there with us. Next. Go to next. Next. Yeah, next. Next. So we have certain startups with IPs who out of 150 startups, I will give you only 4 or 5 examples. Next one. So our top 3 performer startup, Autocracy Private Limited. She received the top 3 startup recognition in the year 2025, this year, by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and also Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, Prime Minister Office. So that is the company. They are into manufacturing of trenchers and heavy machinery. They are supplying right now to various countries also. So customized machine, precision based manufacturing engineering machines, all are patented machines. Next. So we have startup who are making the device for the blind people, patented product. We have startup who are startup have manufactured a machine. At one end you keep the biomass, at the other end you will get the paper sheet. This is firstly made by our startup company as a made in India product, and we supported with about 80 lakhs of grants and seed fund amount. So it is also a patented product. Next. So we have the bricks manufacturing machine. We have machines that actually makes the presentable form of any kind of drugs. Next. So we have the hydrobots which removes the water hyacinth. We have the sterilizing machine for the hospitals and labs. Next. We have the robots which happen to which can be customized for any application. We have the charging stations, high BMS and very efficient charging station startups. We have micro needle startups, these are all patented products, which are high in deep tech startup companies. So we have iBlink, where one can communicate to the other end. That means for the army people, army personnel, it is being used. Next. So we have radar systems, anti-radar systems, anti-drone systems manufactured by our startups. These are our partners. Next. So our upcoming event, tomorrow we are doing one event with the JNTU Hyderabad, and one can able to come and apply. I will share you the link. We are doing this pre-incubation program. So 31st is the last date to apply. Next. So you can connect to me. You can write a keyword in LinkedIn. I am accessible, reachable through this, and happy to have and discuss with you. You can come to my office and discuss with me as well. You can write to me at my email ID cio@elib.org. So with this, thank you very much, and I look forward. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I thank Naveen sir and also Mr. Bist for inviting me today and also giving me this wonderful opportunity to address you, to be here, and I thank everyone, every organizer. Thank you. Any questions? I will take.
Any questions from the... Yes.
So I made a single-use plastic recyclable, and it is used for the thermocol and sugarcane polystyrene cups into virgin material, and then that material is application for insulation and 100% brick replacement, for which we received a national award from Prime Minister of India.
Very nice.
And after that we went for PCT at US. Whereas in India, we got a startup in India with the DPIIT. Within 20 months, patent was granted. But when it has gone to US patent, PCT, it has took solid 8 years. Still, it is moving with the examiner, and there is a one-man show. We told that Indian patent is granted because we have received all the accreditations all over from India, and this widely used in this insulation material. But coming to US patent PCTO, for 8 years they are holding this patent, and all the claims have been passed, and we are ready to go for notice of allowance also. So at that stage also, definitely infringement has been taking place in Indian patent also. So that definitely, the other side of the tunnel is always, we have to think bright. But a decade back, I was in the same platform. But now I'm seeing, working in the industry, born and brought up in polymer industry, making a good development, and I made a circular economy for which agro-based ethyl alcohol is made. It is 5,000 crore project was given through NRDC, through IOCL, including MOHUA. Good. But coming to the practical reality, everything proportionality should be there. So this proportionality, when it has gone to US level also, there are definitely 100 crore tie-up was made with one US company, and they are inhibiting this patent in US. So my question is, after doing everything, everyone will get a piece of cake. So my concern question is, once Indian patent is granted with all good regards, US patent they are intentionally stopping. So examiner is the only thing. Even I have spoken to the other US directors, and some Indian is, Vaishali madam is there. Right. So my question is, for the hierarchy level, because I saw your presentation and your knowledge level, can you guide me to whom to proceed to get this US patent? Yes. Because it is almost in final stage. Yeah, so this is the question, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I will give you the answer. Okay,
yes, sir.
So now, number one, first thing, have you approached different patent office, patent attorneys or agents, and then tried this?
Yes, initially I tried through one Mr. S.S. Rana from New Delhi.
Okay.
And after that, I understood some gap is there.
Yeah.
So I proceeded through Pro Se
Have
applicant.
you floated the company and registered the company and got into production?
Yes.
You are into production.
But
What is the
I'm working with JV basis, joint venture in North India in 2 companies.
Okay, how much percentage of royalty you have or the equity you have?
In the percentage of equality, it is actually it's in just profit sharing. Profit sharing I'm getting and because I want to start my own company, Green Farms Private Limited in South.
So first advice I would like to give you is that, so this is another case where everyone come across. So first advice I would like to give you is that you go into production instead of stopping anywhere here. Don't try immediately for a patent. You can be there, but you can try it. I mean, you simultaneously can work on, but go into production, go into manufacturing, sell your product. Okay, don't worry about your formula. Okay, you get into your production, you make money first of all, you make turnover, good number of turnover. Okay, then simultaneously when you feel that the barriers have closed and someday they will definitely open through a method, and it can happen even after whatever the years. You told now as of now 80 years. So I don't know where exactly the case is getting stopped, but particularly we can rectify, and we have recently given several PCTs to our startups. I mean, facilitated to several startups, and I think it can be taken up. But the thing what I suggest to you is that you go into production, go into manufacturing completely in full time instead of working in silos or working in as an individual. So you do have a manufacturing plant of your own. The formula that you have done. I mean the particular product that you mentioned, that you are using it along with other materials, making an virgin-based materials. So go with a particular product manufacturing instead of selling the raw material into various forms, various other products. Go with one particular product manufacturing, brand it, and then you will see the beauty of that.
No, I do agree, and this all the hardships we made it, and we made in North India with the 2 companies who are now doing in a very good way. Because fundraising is a different concept. Keeping assets also we can get funds. But after getting an innovation and what after data has been taken place, when government is involved, I work with the Nidhi Accelerator program. They are giving IM Vishakhapatnam tie-ups. I got made everything. Yeah. But the things are not proportional.
I got your point.
Yeah.
See, one thing is you should understand and you should know that there are whatever the innovation that you make. So we may feel as an innovator. I'm also an innovator. Okay. I'm telling you that we will feel that somebody will snatch it, will copy it immediately. Okay. So to make any kind of manufacturing process or to put in it into action, you require a lot of resources, infrastructure and money. Okay, overnight anybody cannot do that. We have to remember this point. You have a grace point. That's why I suggested you to go into immediate manufacturing. Don't stop yourself. You gain that period. You gain the traction in the market for your product, for your innovative product. Then you gain that. Then you will be the person to get satisfaction level instead of stopping others, right? So that's where I started with the solution, right? So there will be always a question that will be in our minds as an innovators, that somebody will copy it when you go into patent publication. Okay, so somebody may be finding the infringement process. So apart from that, what I suggest is that you go yourself and do it. Okay, you have once you get a good turnover, a good traction in your company, a good revenue generation in your company, you can reinvest on making another segment of your own product with a different application, different product. Okay, so you have diversification. Okay, diversification is the one you have to. You focus on yourself and you move. Then you will see that a lot of the success you will see later. Anyhow, sir, we will discuss.
I got your essence.
Of this platform, we'll discuss.
Platform will connect with you.
Come to our office.
You understood the question.
Yes.
But definitely it takes time for you to nourish.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice day.
Thank you.
you have covered the entire aspect, right from what are the various focus areas for innovation, and you have also opened the platform for the next topic, which is artificial intelligence and intellectual property.
Oh,
so,
I don't know.
Thank you. I would like to request Naveen sir to felicitate Dr. Zaharullah. The next session is on artificial intelligence and intellectual property. I request Mr. Vinay Kumar, Senior Product Manager from FI Networks Incorporation, to please take over the session. Thank you.
I'm Vinay. So I'm myself Vinay Kumar. I'm Product Manager at FI Networks. Some of you might know it already. FI Networks is into security products, building basically load balancer and some few other security products. Most of the cloud networking companies use our products and hardware equipment for securing their businesses. So yeah, today's topic is quite interesting. It's about how AI will play a role and what role it plays in the IPR domain. I'll first thank all the organizers giving me this opportunity to discuss this topic with you all. Let's make it a little bit interactive, see how it progresses. Yeah, next slide. Can you go from the start? We all understand these four terms: artificial intelligence versus machine learning versus data learning versus the data science, deep learning versus data science. So, how many of you know all these four, and do you think it's a bit confusing or they are interchangeable? Some people use AI in place of ML, DL in place of ML, and DS for all the things. So it's a little bit confusing, but yeah, let's throw some light on it and try to understand what each of it means to us. Because it's becoming a buzzword daily, and you keep hearing these words again and again, and interchanged sometimes. So AI is about the machines or the systems acting like humans. So they have some level of intelligence, and AI is not a new word for you all. It has been coined in 1956. The AI word was coined in 1956 by some association in the United States of America. So it all started in 1956, adding some intelligence to the systems. So that is where it all started from. And from there, the people have started working on how do you add intelligence to the machine so that they can perform the duties that what we perform. Of course, not with empathy. ML is about machines learning from the data. So again, thanks to the speaker before to me, he has introduced you the Industry 4.0. It's Industry 4.0 is all about data. The one who has more amount of data will probably lead the industry or the domain. So the machine learning, ML is acronym for it. So it all, the machine learning from the data is called usually as coined as ML, and DL is machine learning using neural networks. There's some framework it uses out of the data. Of course, understanding the large scale of data, large amount of data, it's very difficult for us to process. So of course you have to depend on some frameworks. So a system which is actually depends on some other framework to understand machine learning is deep learning. Usually it is used in face recognition and self-driving cars. All our self-driving ADAS systems that you keep hearing now, ADAS level 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all usually on deep learning. They do learn on various frameworks like neural networks. And data science is all about finding insights solve some problems of day-to-day problems that we face. So this is usually we see in analyzing some flow charts, data, sales trends, stuff like that. Next slide. So now that we understand the different words, buzzwords that you keep hearing, so can somebody define what AI is now? I mean, I know it's post-lunch. It's very difficult to be, sitting in a chair listening to some of the boring stuff. But yeah, just wanted to make sure that you all know what. Can somebody define what do you understand by AI? Don't go by the definition that I've shown you earlier. You can speak anything that you know about AI. One single sentence. Anybody? Okay. So with respect to the time, we'll move on. This actually refers to some system which has some intelligence, may not match with human behavior or may not match to a level of human intelligence, but to a certain extent which can perform automatically all the duties or some of the duties that we do in our daily life. So this usually depends on depends on large amount of data that it gathers and it learns from. How do you train it? How to walk? How to pick the things out? How to capture the images? How to analyze those images? How to find an object? So all these things actually, when a system understands and act accordingly, is a framework usually called as AI. Next slide. So, of course, we all know this. The whole workshop is about IP. I don't have to introduce you what IP is defined for. Yeah, let's move on. So, importance of this IP in the digital age. It's in today's world. IPs are very important and play a very crucial role, especially for the innovators, entrepreneurs, and innovative products. So, at this stage, actually, this unauthorized usage of the idea that somebody has actually owns it, and somebody copies it without actually knowing, without actually acknowledging the actual innovator. So that is where the AI sometimes helps you. If there is somebody is using your idea and trying to commercialize it or using it in their own products. So they usually in software industry, what really happens is you write your library, make it public or doesn't make it public. You might have heard stories of Microsoft stealing a piece of code from Oracle stealing some piece of code from somebody else. It is very difficult for Oracle to prove that hey, all your registry settings and registry process has been stolen from us. Until and unless Microsoft has to make the code open for the before the court of law and make sure that Oracle proves it that the code is actually written by them. It is very difficult for Oracle to do that, right? So in those scenarios, AI will actually sometimes helps you. I'll show you how does it help identify whether the content is actually copied or are already being used by somebody else. Can you switch on to the tab that the next one? Yeah. This you all know this interface, right? It's ChatGPT. Recently I bought a flat. So I was actually asking my interior designer to generate some images. How does it look like? What patterns of laminates that you use, and how does the woodwork really look like when actually it is completed? But he was actually showing me some lot of images, and I was the way my whole WhatsApp was filled with thousands and thousands of photos that he has gathered and showed to me of my interest. So I was actually keen to know how he is actually generating those many images within a day and showing to me with my own interest and my colors. So when actually I requested ChatGPT to do the same, it actually generated me this image, and then the images that I was shared by my interior designer, I just put in back to the ChatGPT and asked, how this image is, how original is this image? Was this somebody really took an image of from a camera, or it is already made, or it is artificially generated? So as you could see, ChatGPT has identified that this image has been generated by an artificial intelligence engine, and it also gave me the reasons behind how does it identify that this image is not is actually generated by an artificial intelligence engine. So it is unsymmetrical in cleanliness. The image is very unnatural and very symmetry, and the cleanliness in the photo, and it's the unrealistic lighting. Surface textures are very the wooden panels natural grains are coming out, and the plant details and imperfect physics. So all these things are the engine detects that this image what you have uploaded is not the original image. So in the creative world, when somebody claims that their photo is taken by wildlife photographers, usually do that, they publish their photos to various international magazines. So they claim that the photo is usually the magazines give credit to the actual photographer. But if somebody copies it, then how to search. You can sometimes rely on these frameworks by ChatGPT and all, so that that this image is not real or it is generated by an artificial intelligence engine. Go back to the PPT. Can you go back to the next? And not only that, you can also see that there is some text that have generated. The recent times there are a lot of theses and white papers and technical papers that have been published. Somebody just give some sentences and some sources to the ChatGPT will generate you a big long white paper, technically suits, IEEE standards, stuff like that, and very beautiful, aesthetical and beautiful English. So when you actually put that back into the engines like this, it will try to detect whether it is being generated by AI or it is handwritten and naturally written by by a human. So there are various parameters that it takes into account. Like this, I think it is gpt0.me, and you see I just copy pasted some text, and at the right side it shows that it is 100% AI generated. And if it is mixed, it will show you that there is a percentage of mix, 50% ChatGPT, 50% naturally done. Somebody does some engineering, put some his own thoughts, and made some changes, paste it back, and you can say. So these type of engines will actually protecting the copyright of some of the content originally done by somebody, especially the university. What do you call? University people who actually award doctorates and evaluate the white papers, technical papers written by the individuals. So they actually rely on these type of engines now, and you would have seen lot of real-time incidents that do happen. A student generating, my kids also do the same. They just go to ChatGPT, now secretly open browser and ask it to generate a letter to my principal for a holiday, copy paste and put it in, write it down, copy it in their classes and show it as their own work. So similarly, the university people also started doing this and try to identify whether the content is generated originally or not. Yeah. So you can rely on these type of tools just to make sure that your innovation is not copied or somebody is approaching you as an innovator. You know where to search for. These are a couple of tools that will definitely help you. So the intersection of AI and IP that I have just shown you are the two examples. Copyrights and patentability, enforcement of IP laws. All these things you can always validate them with these new frameworks that are available now. Yeah, next slide. So what does the AI do in this creative world? As I told you, for my home interior designer, I just asked him to design some of the interior design works with with my taste, and my wife, of course, not my taste. Of course, she is the one who decides everything at home. So she is the one who has actually asked him to suggested some colors, and then he came out with beautiful combinations of it. So all that is done to do some some AI framework. And not only that, I have a cousin who actually works for a film fraternity, and he works for some writing department in one of the famous directors. So these days he's also started. I mean, I just saw him doing it. That's how I knew. So he started depending on ChatGPT and started generating the scenes out of the story. So he has narrated a piece of story to ChatGPT and said that, okay, this is the fourth scene between character 1, character 2, character 3, and how does it look like. So it started giving you screenplay. That's the beauty of AI. So AI is not just limited to rules and policies and stringent ifs and buts and stuff like that. It now has started using the creative world of it. So not just colors and that are available. It started learning all by itself. Another beautiful story that I can tell you can search it in YouTube. Somebody has done a very good example. Gemini talking to Copilot in Microsoft. Both of the AI engines started talking to each other, and he was trying to book a room in an hotel. Then what really happened was, at a certain point in time, when Gemini was talking to Copilot, they realized that both of them are AI engines, and they said, hey, I'm also an AI assistant. Why don't we talk in our own language? And you know what? They stopped talking in our natural English language, and they started talking to each other in a gibberish way. It's a beautiful experiment. It's already available in YouTube. And as humans, we now could not understand what they are talking to each other, but they were really talking to each other. And a similar incident happened in a Facebook data center recently, and they had to shut down the whole systems immediately because they could not understand what the AI systems are talking, how they are talking. And it's all gibberish for now, cryptic. Just out of fear, as soon as somebody at Facebook management come to know about this, they have analyzed the packets, network packets, how they are trying to see what they are talking to each other. And after capturing millions of packets, they have shut down the data center immediately. And they have fed the same data packets back to the AI engine to understand what they are talking. But unfortunately, AI denied it, saying, as humans, it's very difficult for you to understand. That is the response they got from AI. Yeah, back to the original story. So AI can write stories now. So don't worry, you want to tell stories to anybody, to your boss especially, you can ask ChatGPT, depend on it. It will give you a beautiful story. But make sure that your boss will not actually traces back that this story is from ChatGPT. Okay, and AI can create art. Midjourney is one of the beautiful tools that you have. When you start, you can now, generate images, paintings, and claim that it is all done by you. AI also invents products, especially designs. This is very, very controversial sentence that I could say. Not this workshop, somebody could claim it. But yeah, there are tools which will generate the designs in CAD for you, and especially I could say just recently, I think it's yesterday I just read it somewhere. There was a guy who was getting bored at home, and he has no job. He was removed from one of the federal agencies recently. And he was getting bored at home. Then he asked, why can't he have a game to play or simulate airplane? Unfortunately, after the Twin Towers 2002 attack, the federal agencies have made everybody to stop producing or developing any airline simulations. So this guy came to know it, and he asked ChatGPT, why can't you generate a A380 simulator? And somehow he could crack that out, and ChatGPT gave him the code, deployed it, and he was able to play it for some time, and his friends liked it, and he wanted to share that with his friends. And all this happened in couple of weeks. and he had there were so many requests that he had started charging for $1 for 1 hour, and within a month he has earned about $80,000. So 1 month a time pass event or project made him earn about $80,000. Ultimately, FBI caught him and asked him to shut down that, and he's trying to. FBI is now tracking back and see who was actually, bought that $1 for 1 hour, and tracing them. Somebody from Iran and Afghanistan are trying to use it. Okay, that's another part of the story. AI can also now this is also a controversial statement. A.R. Rahman and other people should be more worried. AI can now compose music. It can really compose music. If there are a lot of YouTube videos, very interesting. There was a guy who actually composed a music for his wife on her birthday, and he played it, and she really liked it. And after a week or so, when she was actually recorded that and posted on her Facebook account, somebody after seeing it informed her that the music is actually generated by ChatGPT. She was actually I don't know whether they are really diverse now or not, but yeah, this guy actually claimed that this song was composed by himself and played it on her birthday. That day was the best day for her. And after a few days, when she came to know that it is generated by ChatGPT, I don't know what really happened. Newspapers stopped publishing after that. So the question really remains the same. So what happens to the images and designs that the ChatGPT is generating for you? Who owns them? Do you own it because you asked it to generate, or it is the OpenAI which owns the images? Can somebody answer this question? Now, you have asked ChatGPT to generate one image for you, and after it generated, is it you who owns the image, or it is the OpenAI which owns the image? Who is the owner of it? It's open source, that's one answer. I'll not tell you whether it is right or wrong, it's subjective. But yeah, I'll leave it to you all. Whatever is the answer, be it with you. You keep discussing with yourself whether it is right or wrong, or what could be the answer. We'll discuss that later after this session. Yeah, the ownership of what AI generates. See, copyright and AI, again, it's the same. What's at stake? So AI's ability to replicate, reproduce whatever you are trying to do, and all the creative works, the complicated stuff. Until unless somebody copyrights, what happens? I also want to introduce you to one real life incident. There was a controversy regarding one of the Nobel Prize awarded to a couple of scientists who actually decoded a genome, protein genome, but somebody found it out that the most part of the genome was decoded by AI engine, not by the scientists. So the controversy still remains the same. The Nobel Prize is already rewarded. I don't want to get into the names, but the controversy still remains the same, whether the award should be given to the AI engine or to the scientists. Next slide. So patents and AI innovation. So okay, AI contributes significantly these days. Without AI, I don't think even my kids are not doing the homework. So the beauty of it is, even the max problems it is able to understand. They're taking a picture of it, send and passing on to Google to get the answers. I don't know, I should be proud of it or I should be worried. That's different story. But yeah, AI started innovating. So who owns the innovation is the biggest question that we all should answer. There are real life incidents that happened recently in South Africa and a few places. We'll see those cases too. They're publicly available. Next slide. Yeah, trademark considerations, again the same story. What happens to the logos and brands that you do, the logos generated by the AI engine, how does the infringement happen, and how can you use the AI to find out any infringement has happened or not, instead of going to bypassing the expensive attorneys, you can first step is you can use this freely available AI tools and check whether the infringement has really happened or not. The key questions again, my last question was what is the content generated by the AI? Who owns that? Is it owned by the AI engine, or it is owned by the individual who has actually asked the AI to generate? So who is the creator? The AI, the programmer, or the user? Some of the challenges that we have is AI can't hold legally, right? So credit goes to the humans for now. So US is trying to, one of the federal agencies is trying to come up with a framework, and they have not concluded yet, but they wanted to check how feasible it is for somebody as a who owns the AI engine or entity which owns the AI engine, which is actually generating the content for you, should actually own the ownership of the content generated by the engine itself. There is one aspect that is still in debate. And can AI generate content be copyrighted? Laws in most countries needed human ownership, especially in India too. India also has a law and which can be applicable only to humans for now, except one or two incidents where the court has punished a goat and a cow. Except from a couple of those incidents, all the human rights and the rules and regulations by law are applicable only to humans. So can AI invent something and get a patent? Currently the patent laws requires a human inventor. When one of the South African guy tried to patent something which is generated by AI to the AI engine itself, it was actually not accepted by the world community. Is AI infringing existing copyrights? So how does the AI know that how it is able to generate what you are asking? So it depends on lot of data. There are tons and tons and tons of data. So you can't even imagine the amount of data that AI uses. So that amount of data is actually passed on to the engine for generating the results that you are asking. So those results are actually we are still debating whether there is a copyright infringement or not, because what the content you are being creating or already been created or we are about to create is all digitalized, put it somewhere, and these AI engines are trying to learn, get information, parse, and do what all we can do on that data itself. So learning, and it is trying to generate. Yeah, I'll just end it. So that is how it is. Okay, next one. So current trends in AI, case studies of AI impacting, I gave you enough examples. Next slide. Yeah, legislative developments, as I told you, there are a lot of legal frameworks that are coming up. So industry responses, we have to responsible while using AI. You have to be ethically correct. You have to responsibly use AI. Use AI where it is necessary, and don't have to use AI when it is not needed. Global perspective, the same. People are trying to, all the countries are trying to come up with a framework how to use AI ethically. Ethical consideration, as I told you, the world is too young now. Countries are now developing some frameworks how ethically we can use AI in various projects. Next slide. Fair use, transparency, how AI is generating, those things should be out in public. The framework should also be open source. Next slide. Addressing biases, as you know, the DeepSeek is one basic example. If you start using DeepSeek and ask anything about Arunachal Pradesh, it doesn't give you any responses because it is biased by the Chinese influences. So that is how it should not be in this world. But this should be more transparent, and laws should be enforced against using those type of frameworks. responsible AI, good, the best practices should be transparent and ethically correct, and data should be used and no infringement should happen, and data should be copyright and stuff like that. Next slide. It's okay, yeah. Educating young, this is for, how do you educate the kids, especially the young people. Try to teach them, tell them, use the AI whenever only necessary, and don't have to depend on it for everything unnecessary. Yep. Next slide. The ethical usage of AI. It should be accountable, traceable, transparent, and legally valid, stuff like that. Next slide. The tools, as I showed you, there are a couple of tools which are already available, and a couple of frameworks which I have listed. So you can use them to trace, whether the content is generated by AI or a human being. Yeah, go ahead. Next one. Yeah. This forum especially is to encourage all the innovators. There are a lot of other groups, teams, and companies which are actually encouraging innovation, especially in terms of AI. India is trying to develop our own AI framework. We hope that happens soon. Yep. Next one. So takeaways is always check the terms and conditions of the AI tools that you are using. I don't encourage my kids using DeepSeek, because the amount of search that you do, it also takes back that amount of data from you, and it will start analyzing your behavior, and start analyzing what you are, who you are, and gather a lot of information about yourself. If you have to create something with AI, clarify your ownership rights, and understand the basics of copyrights, patents, and IPR, and keep AI, watch out for the AI and its policy changes if it happens somewhere, because whenever a new framework is introduced, that also comes with the policy document. You have to just read it and see what the policy document talks about. The conclusion: AI is smart, but you are the creator. Know your rights, protect your creativity, and innovate responsibility. So that's all I could say. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the intersection of AI and intellectual property seems to be complex, and it is something for us to think over both legally and ethically. I request Naveen sir to please felicitate sir with a bouquet and a memento. Shawl and a memento, sorry. Thank you. The next session is on IP commercialization and technology transfer by IIT Hyderabad. IIT Hyderabad is one of the technology transfer facilitation center which is funded by the Ministry of MSME. I would request the officials from IIT Hyderabad to please take over the session.
I am Professor Venkatesham from Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering Department. But I am also the faculty in charge for the Technology Transfer Office. Okay, so this is a last milestone of your IP Yatra is a commercialization. So just I want to expecting the presentation. So that MSME, we submitted a proposal to the MSME for establishing the Technology Transfer Facility Center. So we are expecting the funds to start our operations. So we need to close by 4:30. So when you have a relay, 4x100 relay, the last milestone, the person who makes, right, is the champion. You need to make up whatever the mistakes happened in the previous 3 relay. So that is done, right? So the same thing I am right now in the situation. Carefully. So in IP, whatever the intellectual property you created, so when you are creating your intellectual property, it is a cost center. Okay? It's for any organization, a small organization or a big organization, always generating IP is a cost center. So now, in most of the times, academic institutes, because I'm coming from the academic institutes, I will give a different flavor. So when you come from academic institute, most of the times our intellectual property was publishing a paper, writing a thesis. But especially from last 10 years, so now we are also started evaluating in terms of the IP generated in terms of the patents, trademarks, design patents also, okay, trade secrets. It is a completely a new era in academic environment. Even the gap between academic activities and industries is minimized. So now, especially IIT Hyderabad is created in avenues. Any student can stay in our institute, joined at 18, can stay in our institute till 81. So that type of avenues we are creating to continue within an academic environment by doing the business. Okay. So in this process, what happened? What are the output is, once you have a patent, how to make that commercialization is very, very important. In a commercialization point of view, who is the stakeholders? Because in academic institute, whatever the patent we do it's not similar to the industry patents. Generally, big industries will try to do a lot of derivative patents to protect it. Okay, there are derivative products, but in academia, what will happen is generally we try to make it a core ideas as a patent, because it's a very expensive process for an academic institute. Right. In this process, the next one is how can we translate these patents what we have generated. For example, this year IIT Hyderabad said Mission 365 means every day on average one patent should be filed. Yes, we are able to do it, but what next? Because last year institute spent close to 1 crore rupee and we got around 250 patents. But what we'll do with that? One benefit, we'll get an NRF ranking, but what next? So in this process, we want to come up a model. So that brings the gap between the industry and academia, especially MSMEs. Okay, please next slide. Yeah, the importance I told you, yes, it will try to help the MSMEs and startups. So startups, what happens generally, they have their own idea, try to pursue it. But MSMEs has a different situation. MSMEs, what will happen is, on a technology readiness levels, they are at a level 7 and above. Please next slide, please. Yeah, this is the most of the people knows it. Just I'm trying to keep the perspective. If you look at it, the technology readiness level, this actually NASA was using in evaluating their programs. But fortunately, this is become across the industries, people are using this technology readiness levels. So if you look at it, the technology readiness levels, most of the academic institutes or fundamental research labs will spend up to TRL level 3. And MSMEs or batch production companies or bulk production, for example in pharma industry, bulk production, so what happened, they will at the TRL level 7 to 9. Okay, now academia is saying we are able to do the fundamental research, we are able to prove the concept at laboratory level. But what does the industry expect? Give me the ready, I can start production. But in reality, this is the biggest gap. We are not getting a trust each other. Industry expectations and academia outputs, there is a gap. So whatever the technology transfer facility cell we are establishing is try to minimize the gap and facilitate between the MSMEs and industry, especially in the academia point of view. Okay, so in this process between 4 to 6, there are various schemes are there. Academic institutes, especially the central funded technical institutes, has a good resources from the research facilities point of view and manpower point of view. MSMEs has a very good practical knowledge, but they may not have resources to spend on R&D. Okay, so we need to think about it, how to bring this gap minimized. by establishing the research parks in our academic institutes. At this moment, the research park at IIT Hyderabad has one research park, IIT Madras has one research park, Gandhinagar has one research park, Bombay has very few institutes has the research parks. These research parks, what will happen is the industry can come and set up their R&D facilities and work with the academia, try to fill this gap. But similarly, MSMEs can come and work in our premises with the inventors to make it market ready products. So for that, the TTFC will give you some financial support, and instead of financial support, I feel, because financial support is not the biggest support is technical support and mentoring from the inventors. So that is the biggest advantage. You can get it in these TTFC centers. Next one, please. Okay. Yes, our mission is to transfer whatever the innovations happened at academia, convert it into the societal impact products. Okay. Yes, as like a previous speakers was talking about the startup ecosystem. The startup ecosystem is one of the derivative of all your IP activities. And at the time, what happened? Institute will try to take a equity. The maximum equity will try to take it like 3%. Various incubators are there in our institute. Next one, please. So here just I want to give a positive opinion about the institute. So we are a young institute with respect to the any standards in IIT systems. So we started in 2008. We are close to 5,000 students. Okay, 330 faculty, and we have the national ranking is one of the metric. We'll try to show that how well you are doing. We are the third in the national innovation ranking. Okay. And we are from NRF rank introduced. From that, we are top 10 engineering college in India. Okay. But this is just a indicators. But our main job is try to work with industry, because geographically we are very close to the industries. Hyderabad, the unique advantage of Hyderabad is it's known for the good number of MSMEs and as well as the industries segment, especially in defense, pharma, even aerospace. So that is the reason, even the philosophy, just I want to give a glimpse is, the philosophy is, for example, most of the institutes have a department of mechanical separate and aerospace is separate. But we intentionally made it mechanical and aerospace together because there is a commonality between mechanical and aerospace. So that is the way we want to try to focus or prepare our vision and mission in the directions to take the geographical advantage of the Hyderabad. Okay, this is the one we want to reflect in our philosophy. Please, next one. Right, this is the today's game point of view. So we are doing good in a numbers point of view, but not in a one particular domain. The beauty of an academic institutes are we are very diversified and doing a research in a sciences, engineering. Okay, so then obviously you have a wide spectrum of the patents and as well as innovations. Okay, so we see that close to around 535 patents and all the things, and most of them right now in India, because of the institute is giving a great support to file national patents. But based on the funding schemes, and we'll go, and based on the scope, we'll try to go for a international patents also. Okay, now our job is how to translate these patents into the commercial aspect, finding the right partners, okay, to make it as a product. This is our job as a TTFC. Next one, please. Yeah, you can see a growth. Slowly we have started with the one patent in 2012. In a 10 years, right now we are at 190. So this year target is 365. So now in the same lines, our TTFC also we are trying to work it. But the challenge with the TTFC, so one of the person asked there are in IP is a proper firm partners are there. But when you come to the technology transfer, money is involved. Whenever the money is involved, the complexity increases. The complexity means you need to be clear exactly your terms and conditions and infringement, risk mitigation, everything to be documented properly to avoid any litigations. So that is the reason science, law and finance to be integrated as part of the TTFC offices. Having a right mix, but maintaining these three different experts is very expensive process for running any facility. So that is the reason we have intentionally taken a decision that the TTFC, whatever we are trying to do is leverage the experts who are available in these three segments. Okay, the same we applied for our IP cell also. Our IP cell is run by only one person. He is sitting there. He is the only one person is responsible to file all 190 patents. Okay, so but what will happen? It's happened because of the lean system. Okay, we'll try to leverage the outsourcing is the another word generally people use, right? So you are using that word. Okay, effective. Next one, please. Yeah, you can see the patents. We have various patents in a different domain. It's a digital communication. We have our own startup called YSIC. He's one of the professor from the electrical engineering. So we have close to around 50 patents, international patents, and those patents are going as a part of the 5G, what you can call guidelines or whatever the standards. So 5G standards will take, and already we have started working 6G. That company job is to generate IP, and from the IP generate the revenue. This is one model. So then another company is they have minimal on IP, but they are going in a batch production. One of our companies, a Pure EV, that is a startup, it's going for IPO. So there is like a way, there is no unique model that's suitable for all the people. Okay, you can see the spectrum of the IPs, we have it. So now only request is, whoever is interested, don't expect that academic institutes will give you the ready product and go on for production. So there is a gap, that gap to be filled, there our TTFC roles will start. Interestingly, this phenomena is not new in Indian context, but if you look at it outside, in Stanford, it started in 1964. Okay, so that is the reason there is we need to come up with our own USP to catch up that whatever 50 years gap, we have it in this process. Next one, please. Yes, as a TTO, what we'll do, the major 3C model we are planning to implement as a part of our TTO operations. First one is a communicate, because many people will feel that filing a patent and get a granted is sufficient. No. Okay, especially that because you want to maintain, maintenance is very expensive. So you need to generate the revenue from that patent. So that is very important. So for that, we want to communicate the inventors. There is a scope, next milestone is there. That milestone is the technology transfers and commercialization. So we want to communicate and awareness. Okay. Then connect the people. So who is need the innovation and who is inventing. So how to do the proper connection. So that we want to do it. And commercialization, I already told, there are various models. There is no unique model for the commercialization. Next one, please. Okay, I already told, communicate. Our job is starts from the IP cell. The IPFC will give us the granted patents, and we'll do the evaluation. IP evaluation will try to do that. Okay, is it ready to take it up? What is the cost it can generate? Because the revenue generation, those things to be worked out. So IP evaluation to be done. So that is the way we call it as a freedom to operate. For example, if you have a patent in a particular country, doesn't mean that you can go for a production just like that. You need to see any future mitigations or litigations, okay, or infringement will come for your product. Need to do it by doing the freedom to operate evaluation. So the freedom to operate will tell us, yes, you can go to the market without any risk. Okay, especially when you are trying to go into the outside market. For example, you have Indian patent, but you want to try in outside India, then you just, it's a good practice to have a freedom to operate analysis. Next one, please. Is it connecting the people? So various ways we'll try to connect it. Next one. So it may be one too many people like the forum like this. So we'll try to tell that we have a different innovations. You please come to us. Okay. Or go to a particular company and we have patents in a pharma industry, this particular product, that way. Or try to go one-to-one. Okay. In the startups. Okay. We have a patent. You are already in the market. So why can't you take this technology transfer, develop jointly? So those type of models also can be explored. Next one, please. So these various methodologies can be explored. So we want to use these various methods as of our TTFC operations. Next one, please. Okay. So I already told the major thing is IP evaluation. So what is the value of your IP? And this required a multi-domain expert, because the technical person, and this is a saying that most of the times inventor feel that that's a great, but when you go to the actual market, the person who writes the check, right? To get the check is a tricky part. So your contributions as an engineer or an inventor is only 25%. The remaining 75% is the team you built around that. Okay? That 75% made a value to your 25%. But when you invent it and patent it, you start like that is a 25% a value only. Okay? Yes, once we have that, identify the suitable technology transfer type models. What are the various models can be done? And prepare a legal documents properly. Okay? What information should be there? There is a detailed things are there, but I am not covering it at this point. And come up with a different royalty models or one-time settlement or profit sharing. Okay, so various models can be explored, but there is no unique model. Okay, but multiple avenues are there, you can explore it. Next one, please. Okay, I already told freedom to operate is very, very important, and do the patent landscape. And interestingly, you have the previous speaker was talking about IP, right? There are good number of tools available. One of them we are using extensively as part of our IP cell, that's called Excel Scout. That's the AI based IP search analysis, and it will give you the complete technology landscape, okay, based on the IP portfolio and the different players participating in that. Okay, Excel Scout. Okay, yeah, next one please. Yes. So what will happen when you are going for a license agreement for your IP? There are various license agreements you can do it. One of them is based on the exclusivity. 5 minutes. Okay. Right, because I am running the last mile, right? I need to win the show. Okay. So now what we are telling is based on the exclusivity. So how you will try to do the exclusivity? For example, yes, I want to sell my complete rights. Even as an inventor, I don't have it. Or sharing model or application model. So based on that, you can come up with a various license agreements. So we'll try to help you out based on the interest and your contributions to develop the technology. For example, I am at a lab level, you want to do a lot of field trials. You are spending good amount of money on that. So then we'll try to come up with a right model, having a one-to-one discussion between the inventor and as well as the licensee who wants to take that. Next one please. Okay. Yes, as part of the TTFC, we are planning to establish the MSME help. So we will help you on the technology assessment, valuations and outreach. Okay, and enhancement of this. And we'll get a money for 3 years. So those money for the two aspects. One is for the IP registration, other one is for the technology transfer. Whatever I said, right, for technology maturity. We'll try to give the 10 lakh rupees maximum. Next one please. This is our infrastructure. We are planning to establish our TTFC cell in our technology incubation park. Okay, this is one of the building out of many buildings of IIT Hyderabad. Okay, it's designed by the Japanese professor from Tokyo University. Yeah, please next one. Yeah, next one please. This is a couple of snapshots, so I will not go through that. It's just tell that we have experience to do the technology transfer, not only just filing. Next one please. Okay. This is the patents. Right now we are 45 inventions are ready for the technology commercialization. If anybody is interested in domain, please drop a mail at fic.tto@iith.ac.in. So we are happy to help you. Next one please. Okay. Interestingly, this is a hard fact. Even in R&D or even the innovations. If I am able to make it minimum 3% translation of one patent out of 100 patents, if I am able to make a 3 patents as a commercialization, I am a good successful TTFC officer. Okay, that is my minimum respect, 3%. Okay, that is the right. This is the ground truth. If you spend 100 rupees, only 3 rupees will give you the remaining 300 rupees revenue. Okay, this is the ground truth. So that is the reason our goals are more realistic. 3% of our existing inventions we want to convert it into the commercialization. Okay, next one please. So these are the various partners we have it. But this complete ecosystem, if you look at it, we have incubators, research park, IP cell and technology transfer office in academic environment. Okay, so that is the reason I said we want to make a kid enter at 18 years. He wants to stay with us till 81. Okay, with this I would like to thank you very much. Okay, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Sorry, the last one, this has a, yes, please go back. Next to that, thank you. Yeah, so if you look at it, this is a ocean of IP. Okay, we want to take this type of a road, but I don't know where is the starting, where is the ending. Just we want to add a small bridge to bring the inventors and industries or whoever wants to take it up by keeping a small bridge between them in the form of TTFC. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you for explaining the working modality of the TTFC, which is sponsored through the Ministry of MSME. I now request Dinesh sir to please felicitate Professor Venkatesham from IIT Hyderabad. Thank you. We'll break for tea and I request all of you to please join back in another 10 minutes for opening the panel discussion. 10 minutes, please come back. Thank you.
मैं लिखता हूँ विद्या नंबर को लिखता हूँ
నిలబడాలి ఏమన్నా అసలు ఫోటోలు తీసుకుంటాం
ప్రస్తుతానికి ఇంగ్లీష్ కానీ ప్రైవేట్గా గూగుల్తో ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేసుకుంటే నేను చెప్తాను సో ఫేస్బుక్ పోస్ట్లే కదా రెసిపీస్ కూడా అందరూ అక్కడ ఉంటున్నాం మనం ఎక్కడ ఉంటాం అంటున్నారు మన రెసిపీస్ ఇక్కడ చేసింది డైరెక్ట్ పాపులర్ చేసి అలా కూడా అలా కూడా అందరికీ ఇంకా వర్కింగ్ ప్రొఫెషన్స్ కానీ very smart type కాదు నార్మల్ కూడా ఉంది కంట్రోల్ కీబోర్డ్ ఇది ఆబ్వియస్ నార్మల్ ఆటోమేటిక్ కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అవును అదే అంటారు ఇప్పుడు మీరు చేస్తున్నారు ఈ పాత్ర పెట్టారు స్టీల్ పెడితే 35 మినిట్స్ అవుతుంది అల్యూమినియం పెట్టారంటే 45 కేజీ అవుతుంది ఎందుకంటే హీటింగ్ ఇది అవ్వాలి కదా దాన్ని బట్టి అది అడ్జస్ట్ చేయాలి నాతో పాటే బౌల్స్ ఉంటాయి
I would request my colleagues to bring in the people who are at the stalls inside the hall.
Anche, start good.
So I would like to invite my panelists on the stage. The first, Mr. Vijay Kumar Makkam.
Start good.
So he is IPR attorney of IT and IP services. Second, I would like to invite Mr. Naveen Kumar from Oscar Global Services. And Mr. Subhajit Saha from Resolute Group. This session will be moderated by one of the guests, Ms. Swapna. She is head of the IPFC at MSME.
Good evening. Welcome to the panel discussion. I welcome once again the panelists, Mr. Subhajit Saha, Mr. Vijay Kumar Garu, and also Naveen Kumar Garu. So today we'll be discussing more on the challenges and the issues that is related to the IP enforcement, especially focusing on MSMEs. So first my question goes to Mr. Naveen Kumar. So as you know, you're working with many MSMEs. What are the top challenges that you are facing while dealing with the MSMEs?
The first and foremost thing what MSMEs are facing is they are not understanding what is patentable and what is not patentable. So without having that clarity, they are going into the market. So the first and foremost thing what an MSME needs is IP protection to grow. Hello. Yeah, am I audible now? Yeah. So the majorly MSMEs are actually going into the market without proper clarity on the innovations and their IP protection. So once they are disclosing the inventions in the market without IP protection, so once it is in the market, you cannot protect it. So what is happening for the MSME? MSME has put a lot of efforts in creating that IP. They have done some experiments, they have done some research and R&D, and basing on that they have actually obtained this, created the new products. So you publish it in the open domain, public domain, and you also in social media you disclose your inventions without IP protection, and then you come for IP protection. So because of the lack of awareness and knowledge in the IP, what is happening is the MSMEs are disclosing there and then killing the novelty and inviting the competitors to redo the same product. So what is happening is once the competitor starts doing it, you are not able to hold the market. And because you are not able to hold the market, you are succumbing to the competition. So IP is the only tool which can actually create monopoly and make the MSME survive. Because if you have monopoly, you can create the market and you can earn more money. So because of this lack of knowledge on IP, so my suggestion would be patent first, then publish in open public domain.
Yeah, thanks Naveen for highlighting the challenges. and you said that the knowledge on IP is very important for MSMEs to take right things and also to protect their innovations. So, with the experience that you are dealing with the MSMEs, now my question is to Mr. Vijay Garu, as he worked for IPFCs also, where he has facilitated many IP filings for MSMEs. So, what are the measures that MSMEs should take to have their right to be enforced properly?
Very good evening to you all. Thank you, Sapna, for posing this question to me. The first thing is, when you already set up an industry and all, and you have come up with an idea or something which can be protectable under intellectual property, make sure that it won't leak. So your agreements should be improper. Your employment agreements, vendor agreements, material transfer agreements and all, you need to draft appropriately so that this information will not be leaked outside, number one. Number two, you need to identify, there are various types of intellectual properties. The myth is patent is IP, IP is patents. So it is not so. I think since morning the sessions have already covered all these aspects. Patents, trademarks, copyrights, designs. These are the four major types of intellectual property. You need to check which intellectual property need to be applied to what what creative idea you have made, and then protect it appropriately. File appropriate application before appropriate office. Timely filing is also important. If you for patents, it is first come first serve. So if you don't file and delay the process of filing, somebody else will file the same idea and he'll get over you, and he'll be stopping you from entering the market. So it is quite essential that you should go first and file application. So the moment you have an idea conceived, don't wait for it to be perfected and all. You file a provisional application. Provisional application is quite cheaper. 1600 rupees is the government fee for filing a patent application. So you file provisional application. Thereafter, make it perfect, and then within 12 months you file a complete specification. That is for the patents. Designs is very easiest right to get it. So whatever product it is, you make some differentiation in the market, the designs available in the market, you make your own design, connect it to your customers, like the Coca-Cola did. Coca-Cola bottle, now you pour phenyl or hair oil in the bottle, you definitely say it is not phenyl or hair oil, you say it is Coca-Cola only. Whatever there in the bottle, you say it is Coca-Cola, because that identification has been created with the design. So that is the easiest right you can get it. Just because you file a patent, it is not that you are not allowed to file copyright, design and all. It is all mutually exclusive. So integrated protection is required. You file patents, copyrights, trademarks, designs all together. Sometimes a patent might not work when somebody is copying and you want to stop him by filing a patent infringement suit. It might not stop people, because they might design around, they'll read your claims and they say that whatever you claim is not that what I am practicing. They design around. So when they design around and try to market it, patent might not work. So the other forms of intellectual property will be able to help you and get protection to you. So that's my humble suggestion. So MSMEs need to be vigilant on agreements part. When I went to the Facebook's office, marketing office, Facebook doesn't have a development office in India. They have a marketing office. I went there, somebody called me for filing copyright applications for Facebook. So I went there. When I entered the reception, she slapped me with an NDA. She says, whatever you see in the office is confidential. You can't see without, you can't enter into the office without signing an NDA. So that is a stringent kind of norms they have. So whenever next time you want anybody enter, we have this tendency, whatever research is happening in the factory, we invite people and show them off, right? So it is only to prove that we are doing some R&D and all. So that is need to be avoided. You need to be strictly keeping confidential things until you file a patent. Once you file a patent, if you keep confidential, it is denting your revenues, monetization. So once you file a patent application, you need to widely promoting the thing. You need to go to social media, everywhere, wherever it is possible, you circulate that you have invented this and this product is yours. And if somebody is copying, policing is also important.
Thank you, Vijay Garu. Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Based on your experience, is there any MSME which approached you and taken measures in terms of IP enforcement?
Yeah, so basically I was saying that agreements are quite important, right? One of my client, I don't want to give the names and all, but he's MSME. He approached us saying that there was a research happened in their organization for about 5-6 years, and the employee is left to another organization, and they are about to launch the product. What to do? So there is no NDA, there is no non-compete agreement, nothing. So I said that it is very difficult to stop him unless you have a non-disclosure agreement and non-compete agreement with you. You can't stop them. So again, the question is non-compete agreement. How long I can stop him from competing the business? So I said the minimum of 3 years you can stop them because the research what would have been then involved after 3 years it would have been erased from their mind. So that's how there are several techniques how companies use to erase memory of the employees who are in key research. Some companies ask them to play games before entering the job and after going to home. Like after completing the job, while going home, they need to play games and go. So that kind of systems are there. So there are these kind of clients we have helped out.
Thank you. Now my question is to Mr. Subhajit Saha. I know that you have worked with so many GA products, and is there any specific measures that to be taken, especially for the protecting the handicrafts and handlooms post GI interventions, and what are the issues that you face with artisans and how you educate them?
Okay. Thank you, Sapna, and good evening to all the participants and my co-panelists. So basically, the challenge remains is that the IP enforcement mechanism became robust in all sectors, like all post the national IP policy, which was launched in 2016. So then there was a ecosystem which was built, like what you need to do in terms of. So GI also was one of the IPR which people actually started looking at. So now we are in a phase where the filing is increasing, but there is a gap in terms of GI enforcement. So the first challenge is that for handicrafts is the machine looms copying the designs of hand looms. So how do you protect that? A Kanchipuram silk being sold at 1/10 the price. So I think recently, if you see, there's an article where they are using a UID code for mangoes for Alfonso this time with an RGI logo. So Pashmina shawl, they have used some QR coding. So these are again technology-driven initiatives which needs to be added to get a good enforcement mechanism done. But the beauty of handicrafts and handlooms is that no two products are the same. So the competition, unlike various products, is much curbed. But definitely due to the middlemen and the free riding thing, there is an issue which is there, be it supply chain or an enforcement. For the GI, I think we have very, very minimal cases of infringement, though there is an infringement which is ongoing. This started, the very concept of GI in India started because of infringement, I'll tell you. When I think there was this gentleman, Amitabh Kant, who was in, who was the secretary of Kerala Tourism. He gave the slogan of God's own country, and then and then he started, because Darjeeling tea was actually exported world over, and 40,000 metric tons were exported, but original Darjeeling production was only 10,000 metric tons. So 30,000 of the Darjeeling which has been in the circulation in the worldwide is a fake Darjeeling. So how do you curb that? And then with alignment with the TRIPS thing, we came into a Sui Generis Act and GI Act. So the very purpose is to curb those, either through technology, but you have the backing of a tea board for Darjeeling tea, but for like you have a GI product like bangles. So how do they protect? How do they enforce? So the good thing is to, publicize as a customer, as a producer, to understand the value, and also to the end person to see that you don't buy fake products. Do that. So, and also there is very less precedence except for 2 or 3 cases which have been registered. Not even registered, I would say, filed in the courts but not settled outside. So no trial. So there is no much precedence of formal litigation or formal infringement getting into a legal landscape. But definitely the challenges remain, and for handicrafts I would suggest that you have to use technology to circumvent these these kind of infringements and enforcement. And it's a community right, so the challenge is more bigger, because individual, the owner's lives for a patent, trademark, copyright, it's up to you to strategize your thing. But again, you have to get the community, get the artisans, get together. It's an unorganized sector, so definitely there are challenges. But yes, things are moving. I think technology like blockchain and then AI would definitely add value to see how you can actually make farm to to the fabric, tracing back the original roots. So that's my submission.
Follow-up question to you, Saha. GA has 2 registers: Part A registered, Part B registered. Part A register the brand or the qualities of the product and all. Part B register is the register for the users. Now, for the benefit of the audience, how do a person living in that region producing the same product become the member of the GI group?
So basically, it's a very easy going thing, but we thought the first thing is the government has done is it has reduced the fees from 500 to 10 rupees for a Part B authorized user. So right now, if you say Mr. I think Hisamuddin is there. He is the president of Crescent. Can you please stand up? Yeah, he's the president of Hyderabad Lag Bangles. So somebody who wants to become an authorized user has to go to Crescent, take a NOC from them, fill a form, GI3 form, and apart from that, they have to give their artisan card that they are actually genuine practitioners and producers of the bangle. And apart from that, user affidavit, which is a format, is there. So these 4 documentation along with the fee, submitting it to the GI registry, and then the GI registry actually does a check. But I really don't understand why they again put it for a 4-month statutory opposition period when the NOC is given by the registered proprietor themselves. So that time even we are also trying to reduce the please. We are trying to reduce that time frame, because anyways the GI has gone through the testament of the law and as well as all the procedures. But for a authorized user, even a trader like Tribes India, it doesn't have to be only if you are a genuine trader, you want to set up a GI store. I would request everybody to see the movie called Roots from Shekhar Kapoor. Go to the YouTube and see where all the GIs art cafe. You want to, they have opened an art cafe where you are trading GIs. So you can file for an authorized user as a trader, taking the NOCs from the original registered proprietors and then sell, market, use, as long as you're procuring from the original thing. So it's a set of forms and a little bit of fees and a little bit of 6 to 8 months period, and you become an authorized user. And that's the key, because we have very, very less authorized users. It's almost zero. In Lag Bangles, it's already registered, but only 2 or 3 people have registered now. There are 6,000 people who are practicing Lag Bangles. So you have to get that what do you say, the awareness among authorized users more, so that you can use and then publicize it more.
Thank you, Zaha. But one more question is that you rightly said that it is GI is a community right, and a lot of challenges will come in enforcing that. Do you think any type of support that government should give to protect these rights, especially to increase their income and also to enforce their rights?
See, basically, if you see in the West, because from my experience, very limited experience, they generally have. I'll give you a classic example. Suppose you have a cheese maker in abroad. So they have a society from from the people. There are 3-layer system. One is the people who are the farmers who are actually breeding the cows. From there, the milk is being processed, and then the cheese manufacturing. So they have an umbrella society, which they are forming representation from all these 3 stakeholders who sit together and from the price of the milk to the packaging of the cheese is discussed, decided, deliberated, and then done. So then government generally they have not given much, but the government can form a kind of a umbrella society, some kind of a GI board or something like that to help them for the crafts and handicrafts, or which are not backed by tea board or spices board, which don't have the nail and the teeth to fight their own enforcement cases. But the good thing is to form an umbrella society to sensitize that, all the stakeholders. Then you will have this less curbing of middlemen, free riding, which will go away. So that's my understanding, and they all have the uniformity. But the only challenge here is again you have a lot of free riding in our own artisans, and they do not gel. Nirmal painting is available here after 100 kilometers. It's available at a lesser price. So you have to have that uniformity to bring in that enforcement, which is again easier said than done, but can be put into play.
Thank you. And one more question, because this is related to GI only. So as we all aware that Pochampalli is a GI product, the first Telangana GI product. So there was an infringement case on that. So can you highlight about that particular thing, how they have...
Yeah. So there was a brand called Hyco Pochampalli, HYCO Pochampalli. I think this was way back in 2007 or 8. We came to know where a company from Gujarat, Surat, was copying Pochampalli and selling it as Hyco Pochampalli. And the price was almost half the thing, and it was made in different, not even following the tie and dye method, only the pattern was copied and thing. So I think we filed a kind of a complaint, and we used the law firm Anand & Anand in those days to take the enforcement action. And then through the textile officer, Mr. Chari was that time, I think, the field officer from textile committee. So we worked together, and then we sent a cease and desist notice saying that you are doing a GI infringement and this is what would be then. And then there was a discussion, and then we sent some proofs, and then I think it was settled outside the court. It didn't actually go into the court before framing the issues, but though we filed a suit against them, and then the injunction was granted, I think, but the trial was not there, and we couldn't claim damages. We wanted to actually, but then that was the first case in the history of GI. So even the judge and the judicial thing thought that you should give a warning, stern warning, and leave, because nobody was much aware. The act came in place in 2003, and so that's the reason. But after that, definitely there are more infringement happening. But the awareness, how you get into, I think once we see a litigation landscape developing in GI, definitely you can, because in the West they do. Darjeeling has taken action against its cases, its violation in the West, in Europe. So that is what. So it didn't settle off. It was settled outside and it was stopped. But that doesn't matter. That people are still copying. The people are still taking designs, selling it off in trying to misrepresent. And you need to be alert, have a monitoring surveillance mechanism, and enforce.
Okay, thank you. Now my question is to Mr. Naveen. As in this digital world, many MSMEs are promoting their products in online platforms. So what kind of issues, especially IP related issues, they face while marketing in social media?
E-commerce portals basically brand names. The brand names are actually being copied, and the counterfeit products are coming into the market, where just by changing a small alphabet, changing a small color combination, and then misleading with adding a prefix or a suffix, usually the counterfeit products are getting into the market. And sometimes even in the digital world, they are copying the entire content of the websites also, and then they are posting in their content, and then they even the brochures, everything they are making it look alike. And when it comes to the social media marketing, people are getting confused, and then they are thinking that it is of the same product, and then they are clicking the link and then purchasing. So here two things are happening. One, the original brand owner is losing the business, and second, the product which is brought if it is of not good quality, usually it will not be of good quality. The reputation of the company is at stake. They will now spread negativity in the market. Again, MSME has done a lot of efforts in positioning the brand in the market, and in the digital world, it is very easy for the copycats and the counterfeiters to mislead the public. So the measures that has to be done is constantly there should be a vigilant activity which the MSME has to do to see who are actually copying their brand and how the brand is getting diluted in the market. Especially when we go for a police complaint, people in Hyderabad especially, every police officer says, if somebody added something, they say, "Are bawarchi undi kada bawarchi." దాని ముందు గ్రీన్ బావర్చి ఉంది, హైటెక్ బావర్చి ఉంది, ఎవరు అన్ని పెట్టుకున్నారు, మీకు దీనికి పెట్టుకుంటే ఏమైంది? It becomes very hectic task for us to convince them and make them understand that bawarchi is something which they have not taken action against their copycats. It doesn't mean that that is a precedent that can be followed by everyone. So it is specifically it is mentioned in the act also that no one can copy your brand with regard even the addition, prefixes, or suffixes or any kind of attachment. So in that context, what we have to do is we have to take strict actions against these counterfeit products. So when you go and you want to take action against such kind of counterfeiters, so what happens is, first question is, do you have registration? How can you claim that you are the owner of the brand? In the digital world, you have to have your brand, because when you want to enforce and then bring their website down, remove them from the e-commerce website, or remove them even from the app store. They can even create an app and then start launching the products in the app. So even if you want to remove, first question is you should have your own brand name registered. So if your brand name is not registered, then it's not like you cannot take any action. You can still take an action, but if it is registered, it is a smooth sailing process. If it's not registered, it's little turbulent process. So that's the thing. So hence IP protection in the digital world is very essential and mandatory.
Thank you.
I'll just add this. Under Information Technology Act, Section 79 says that in digital world, if somebody is copying your protected IP, whether it is patent, trademark, copyright, design, whatever it might be, if you have a registered certificate, you can send it to the host person, maybe Google. Google has a policy, IP policy, saying that if you have anything that has been selling online using Google portal, they'll YouTube or Play Store, whatever it might be. So what they do is, once you report them, they have an obligation under Information Technology Act, within 72 hours they need to take down. Otherwise, it is an offense under Information Technology. Apart from intellectual property violation, there is also information technology violation. Information Technology Act provisions also attract, and you can file cases against them. So the first step is send across your registered IP to the portal which is posted there and ask them to take down. If they have not taken down, then go and file a nearest police station the complaint for copyrights and trademarks. For designs and patents, I think you need to file a suit in the court and all. Yeah.
So I have one submission. So one of the client has extensively done their marketing in YouTube and Instagram, and they have so many followers, but they did not do the trademark registration. Their competitor did trademark registration, and that competitor got the same name trademark certificate also, and he is the subsequent user. He has approached the Instagram, Facebook and YouTube, and then shared the certificate, and then overnight their site is down. Their entire followers are now zero. The publishing is not there, and the entire social media marketing pages, what they have been doing for past several years, is now come to a halt. overnight, because the competitor did the trademark registration and then reported it to the concerned authorities. So this is what you have to do. Registration gives you the entire monopoly right to have control of your business, because you do many times MSMEs think that I am very small now. After I grow big, I will go for registration. That's completely wrong. You are starting your business to grow big, to reach heights. So you have to take this step. And MSMEs, the organization is the MSME Facilitation Center is giving lot of schemes for the MSMEs to help in IP protection and reimbursement programs, which you will be provided information at a later stage.
Yeah, thank you, Naveen. Since you have highlighted that there is an enforcement tools where you can give information about the IP registration, and since MSMEs are worried because these litigation and IP related any issues comes, then they feel that it is a very expensive one which they cannot afford. Okay, so can you suggest any cost-effective methods or strategies which MSMEs should adopt? So this question is to Mr. Vijay Garu.
Yeah, I was always looking for this organization called IP Insurance in India. If it comes in, that's very good, but since we are MSME units, we can't afford to wait for something to come and all. So what I suggest is MSME units as cluster wise, maybe Visit is good person to advise them again. As a cluster, they can form as an association, pool up funds for IP enforcement, either offensive or defensive. Either ways, even if you want to file a case, or when a big company, of late MNC companies file, big companies want to bully the small unit. So they file a suit, and because they are big, some of our clients, when they came to me, they simply say that, sir, they are very big companies, sir. They have one full page advertisements in the newspapers. We can't fight with them. We just give up. That kind of attitude was there with small companies. So I think you need to collectively fight this menace, and you need to form an association. In the association, you keep some funding. For training, you anyways you are doing, right? Already I think there are associations which take membership, and that membership amount will be contributed for training purposes and all. So litigation purpose also, you reserve some fund. Say every month 1,000 rupees you keep it. That 500 companies, 1,000 rupees becomes a big amount. And that amount can be used for litigation of its members. That is a better thing than one single unit expending 5 lakhs, 10 lakh rupees on litigation. Employ a best lawyer who can fight, best IP lawyer who can fight your case by using the collective funds. So that is the idea what I have in my mind for MSMEs to fight litigation. Yes, you have some question? One second, let him come.
Sir, I am Ram Prasad. I have a food processing industry. So, as part of introducing my brand, I have registered for trademark. That is being opposed, sir.
Yeah.
That is being opposed as of now. Hello.
Yeah, go on.
That is being opposed, and it's been around 1.5 years.
Okay.
So they say that you can start production on that brand name.
Correct.
But do I need to wait for the result?
No, not necessarily. You can go ahead and do the business. There is no problem. Just because it is opposed, that doesn't mean that you won't get a registration at a later stage. Maybe you are fighting that case. Somebody who has opposed your mark, saying that his mark is similar to your mark, and
exactly.
Yeah. But you are already in the market for so long. You need not to like the opposition proceedings
No. Actually, I am into production. Now I want to.
Oh, you are not yet launched in the market.
Yes, exactly.
Then it will be a tough time for you to establish your rights. I would recommend, if that is the case, it's again fact specific and case specific. What is the mark that you are filed? What is the mark the opponent has? If it is entirely different, you can still fight a case.
Exactly.
If it is exactly same.
No. That comes under different class.
If it is a different class, yes, that is the reason why classifications have been divided.
Exactly.
1 to 34 as products, 35 to 45 as services.
Yes.
You have your food product, you are saying 30, class 30.
Yes.
Class 30 is your product, and somebody else has in class 1 or class 2, whatever
Yes,
it might
exactly.
be. They can't stop you unless they are very quite well-known mark, like Tata is there. The moment I say Tata, even if I start a Tata Intellectual Property Services, you automatically show it, associate it to the Tata group. Because Tata is so popular, that is well-known mark. If it is well-known mark, it is protected for all 45 classes. Otherwise, you can still go ahead and use the mark. India is large subcontinent. So somebody using in Delhi a mark, you can in Hyderabad use the same mark. Section 12 of the Trademark Act says honest and concurrent use allowed. You can use that.
So can I go for production as of now?
Yeah, absolutely. You can go ahead. Unless a civil code gives an injunction order. I think Naveen wants to add something.
See, still, this is very fact specific. So it's not like you cannot take the conclusive proof that we are saying you can use. It needs still legal analysis, legal review, and then an opinion from an IP expert. Then you have to go ahead. Okay?
And the concerned third party, what they say is you approach for fast track court.
That's wrong.
There is nothing called fast track courts. For infringement, if they want to stop you, they will file an infringement in commercial courts. That is separately established for the commercial disputes. IPR comes under commercial dispute, so they can file a case, and if they get an injunction order, then it is difficult for you. What best we can suggest you is file caveats, do your business. That is the best thing. You had some other questions, sir.
I have one suggestion for you in this case. Because as your brand is opposed, unless and until you get a legal opinion, you should not go forward. That's for sure. Okay. So, irrespective of the classes, so what happens is, now there is a trademark which is called Bellagio. That's for use for lubricants. So Reliance has filed opposition, saying that in the last 3 letters Geo is there. Now, in this case, it's a frivolous opposition, and I can tell my client that you go ahead and do business, irrespective, even if Reliance comes, I will win the case for you. That is a different case altogether. So it's a subject matter differences where, because they have money, they do such kind of things, and especially MSMEs are the main sufferers, because all the big giants wants to suppress the MSMEs by doing all such kind of nonsense things. So only thing is the due diligence is a mandatory thing in these cases. Yes.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Ravi Kishore from Delhi region. I have a patent in the year 2017. It's related to polymer recycling.
Okay.
And the patent has been infringed by one of the company in North India.
Okay.
Where I was heading that company. And after that, I put on hold and I started my own activities. But licensing this patent with other companies, there's a conflict is coming because they are an established company. They are moving in the market, and I was an ex-employee for their company, so I cannot deliberately say also. So they are using my.
As I understand, you are the inventor, and the company has filed a patent, or you have filed a patent?
My personal patent.
Your personal patent, but company is still using it.
Company is still using, and they are given in the website also the brand image and everything as if it is their own effort. So basing on this, it is a conflict. I approached a controller of patents. So what they said is. Up to grant of patent is our subject, and after that you have to go to the court matter. And if you go to the court, we know how the time frame. We have
That's the reason Government of India in 2015 has come up with this Commercial Court Act. Commercial Court Act is a new court for commercial disputes. See, what happens is by filing a patent, you get a patent. It is all commercial activity. that you are doing. A lot of investment goes into it. If you are a startup company, if you got a funding from, say for example, seeing your patent, I invest about 100 crores in your company. And somebody else is infringing. And that I can't stop. What happens to my 100 crores? It is all on mid-stage. That's the reason to attract investment from foreign countries. The Commercial Code Act 2015 has been enacted. And commercial courts has, unlike regular courts, dates will be given. The case management will be created in commercial courts. The moment you file a suit, how many days, the moment the defendant appears, from this date you need to file your written statement. This date he need to file evidence. This date you need to file evidence. Finally, the arguments have to conclude by this date. By end of 1 year, 6 months to 1 year, rather 6 months to 1 year, the suit need to be decided. So that is the mandate has been. It is the other thing that commercial courts also these days getting delayed. But lastly, unlike regular courts, commercial courts will do it faster because a lot of investment is at stake. So what I suggest you is you file an infringement suit against them. Again, I don't know whether delay and latches attracts you, how long it has been using. You consult an expert IP advisor and take their advice whether you can really file an infringement suit now or not. If you can file, you have to file it at the earliest stage and get an injunction order against them. Displaying, you have 5 rights. Right to make, use, sell, offer for sale and import the product into the country under section 48 of the Patent Act. So any of these activities, even if they offer for sale the product on their website, that is an infringement. You can stop them. So you can file I frankly suggest you go meet an expert, file an infringement suit, get it done, and there should be one source. There can't be 2 sources to the single IP. Yeah.
What is, I do understand, sir, but what is my concern is, when so much effort an entrepreneur has taken and come up to this brim level, why patent office is not, controllers are taking any action on this, or why government, they gave form 16.
That is they're not cup of their tea. It is for the courts. And that's the reason what I'm saying is, if you individually go and fight the case, it will be difficult. You form an association of MSME, and those association people, if they support your litigation, that would be great. As an individual, it feels cumbersome for you.
It's not a cluster company.
Not only filing a case, but budgeting is also a difficult task for you. But if you are in a group of MSMEs, that will help you out.
Of the patent you took charge, but until the grant of the patent, are you employing?
I am an employee in another organization. But this organization, I took grant of patent and then I took charge as a vice president, parallel operating my own company.
So you have an agreement with the company?
Yeah, they gave an agreement on a legal paper, they gave everything, but I need to go to the civil courts and everything, it's a hard time.
Did you assign the patent to the company when you?
No licensing agreement is there, no licensing, and it's 2 separate agreements. As a vice president, the role and responsibilities is different, and this commercialization part is different. But at this moment,
they are using it?
Sorry?
Since how long they are using it?
They are using it from last 3 years.
This we can take up separately.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And since due to short of time, I will ask only the last question, only one question. See, as we had a discussion how to take measures to overcome, to have the enforcement of the IP rights, and do you think any strategy, IP strategy that MSME should adopt, do you think that it will help them to have a strategy, like how to use this IP and also how to enforce their rights?
Yeah, there should be clear-cut IP policy for every small entity. The IP policy should say what is our IP goal, how to protect various forms of intellectual property. Like the gentleman now had conflict between company and employee. What employee gets if he contributes to the invention, whether he can claim ownership or not, whether company owns the patent, the IP, what is generated by employee, or employee will have some stake. All this need to be drafted clearly in the IP policy documents. And the strategy should be you protect your IP and respect others' intellectual property and ensure that nobody is copying your technology, your intellectual property rights.
Okay, now I think Saha want to add.
Yeah, I'll just add one point. One simple liner, what I suggest, tell to MSMEs is have clarity. Only thing is clarity. Now, this gentleman had joined the organization with the patent granted, but lacked the clarity on what is the ownership, who owns the ownership, what is the right I have, what is the right they have, and even though they are using it, he is not in a position to stop. So, this is where many MSMEs are failing, because the major issue with the MSMEs is the employees are going away with the technology and then starting the competition. They are becoming competitors and then killing their own companies. So, have clarity on the documentation, as Vijay sir said about the agreements part, which needs to be taken care of, and make sure that you protect your IP within your domain and only disclose it to persons to whom it needs to be disclosed, to what extent it needs to be disclosed, only disclose to that extent, and ensure that you have proper protection and then go to the public. Okay? Over to Saha.
Interestingly, I think what Vijayji was mentioning, I would say the strategy is to be fearless. Because one thing is now Elon Musk has sued the central government on Section 79 of the IT Act. And this has been filed in Karnataka High Court. Just now the news has come. So I know he has the big money, his thing, right? But for, that is what. And other thing is for MSME, the strategy which I said, I will give you a small anecdote. It's what, 1 minute. This is 10 years back or 15 years back, I think. There was a small company which was fighting against a big MNC, Ayurveda company. And they were actually copying the formulations of this company and then started to market and produce it. So this did not have, it was like a David versus Goliath battle. So what they have done is in those days, I think 10 years back, I think, they started social media campaign. Started giving documentation of traditional knowledge which they had owned, this company, and said that this big company which is into, I don't remember the name of the company, it was actually into maternity and child products. And then through the social media and through tagging and then creating a story, giving the source, ownership and all, they had immense followers, and then people had to actually understand that this was copied from the old company which was actually creating products, and the new company had just taken the formulation and made it into a produce or a product and a formulation and started marketing. So litigation can be definitely one answer, but there are other ways also where you can actually prevent, and in this platform of digital media today and content. So it's about how you actually communicate and and get that result faster. So that is what I would like to add as an MSME. Because in legal thing, everything is uncertain except the cost. So you need to be very, very conscious of that. And as you said, IP is a cost center, whether you use it as a defensive tool or an offensive tool. So you need to be very careful. And MSMEs more particularly have a budget allocation and all that. Again, you trial and error method will take it to the next step.
Yeah, thank you, Saha, for highlighting the issues. So, to summarize this session, I would say that IP, all these issues comes because lack of understanding about the IP. Especially for MSMEs, they should have a better understanding on various categories of IP, how to protect it and also how to enforce it. As Vijay sir rightly said that there should be a membership model like to handle these litigation cases. So industry association can come forward offering these services also for MSMEs to enforce their rights. And also in the digital platforms, they should take certain precautions. They should actually submit their IP registration as per the Information Act, what Vijay sir has highlighted, and also try to highlight that it is a protected product and indicate that it is a registered one, so that it is a caution to the public not to use or misuse it. Okay, and whenever you come across such fake products, you try to report that. As an applicant, you have to definitely take an action, send a notice or approach a legal advisor what actions to be taken. And so it is IP how you take the, it is not only the registration, but also you should know how to create the value out of IP. Okay, so that comes only when you understand that, and how you build a strategy to gain the economic benefits from that. So I would suggest that you should take the IP Facilitation Center advisors. We have an empanel. See, since I'm heading the IPFC Center at MSME, National Institute for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. This is a center supported by Ministry of MSME under MSME Innovative Scheme. Ministry has set up the facilitation center all over India under this particular scheme to mainly help the MSMEs to right from the protecting their idea to commercialization. So we take up all pre-filing services and also post-filing. What are the measures and what are the support that we can give for MSMEs to manage and enforce their IP. Okay, so there is also a reimbursement scheme under this IP component, that for domestic patent 1 lakh rupees reimbursement is there, and for foreign patent 5 lakh rupees reimbursement is there, and for trademark 10,000 rupees reimbursement, and for industrial design 15,000 rupees reimbursement, and for GI 2 lakh rupees reimbursement. So provided that you submit the bills, and you can approach any IPFC center, and you can take the free services, and if you have already taken the IP registration, you can submit the bills and take the reimbursement. So this is a support given by the government, and through various other schemes also Ministry is trying to promote this IP rights among the MSMEs. We have a RAM scheme, raising and accelerating MSME performance. Through that also Ministry is conducting various programs for the benefit of MSMEs to promote innovation and also to get the knowledge on various aspects of IP, and also to build the capacity of MSMEs. There is a scheme, ESDP scheme, where we are doing a lot of capacity building programs on emerging topics like IP commercialization and patent filing, application drafting and filing. So there are different programs that we are conducting under this particular scheme. So these are all advanced programs, especially for the working professionals and also for the entrepreneurs who can take the benefit of it. So you can also visit our website to see all the activities, and for any IP related support you can also take the IPFC services, because since we have an empanel of service providers, like we have empaneled EVA, we also Oscar Global and other many services, and for training also we take Mr. Saha help and Mr. Vijay who will be delivering the sessions on various aspects. So you can approach the facilitation center to for any type of IP queries. So once again I thank you MSME DFO Hyderabad for giving us the opportunity, and I also thank all the panelists for highlighting the issues, IP related issues, and how MSMEs can take measures to overcome this. And they very nicely highlighted some of the examples and what are the measures to be taken. Once again, I thank all the panelists for your knowledge sharing and giving the advices for the MSMEs. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. So we would quickly like to felicitate all the distinguished IP attorneys who are our panelists over here. So kindly felicitate Vijay Kumar. Please felicitate Naveen Kumar sir. Please felicitate Subhajit Saha sir. I would request Sumati madam to please felicitate So we would request all the participants to join us for a group photo quickly. So we request the hotel staff to take off the tables and chairs from the dais.
Naveen sir.
Yeah.
రిఫ్లెక్టర్ వచ్చారు ఎల్ఈడి చెత్త అండి బాబు పరమ చెత్త అండి ఎల్ఈడి అంటే నాకు ఒళ్ళు మండిపోతుంది నేను వద్దనే చెప్తాను ఏదండి అదే ఆయన చెప్దామా అన్న చెప్దామా
ఆఫ్ చేసే
ఓకే
Yeah, ready, sir?
I request all the participants.
You ready?